Hello, happy Sunday, and better, happy Father's Day. To all the Fajas, I hope you guys had an awesome day, whatever it may be that you're doing. It's only 1 o'clock for me, so there's still a lot of rest. There's still a lot of the day to be had. But if you do have a father that is in your life, I hope you have the opportunity to spend it with them. Spend a little bit of time hanging out. If you can't, maybe you can send a message. Hmm? Hmm? Today, we are going to do some fathers playing Phasmo. Yeah, that's with an F. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Just a couple of dads playing some Phas, me and Mr. Doc, you know. Gonna try our best. We'll see what happens. I'm a little scared. Thank you guys. No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Happy Dad's Day. That's right. Happy Faja's Day. All right. Let's see. All right, let's play a little catch up. Let's play with ketchup and mustard. All right, let's do the things. Thank you guys for the follows. Homeless Potato. Thank you for the 9 months, dude. Welcome back. It's a baby. Vaughn, thank you for the 19. Night. Thank you for the gifted subs, friendo. How are you? How's it going, friends? Good to see you all. Hello, hello. Bobcat, welcome in. Hello. Hello, hello. Eput, what's up? Peanut, good to see you. Disciple. Z, MJ, Moon. Dude, this room is hot right now. What the hell? Shanna, hello. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you. Just been chilling with the fam, and I'm gonna be riding solo for a little bit. I'm gonna be riding solo because the missus is gonna drop our eldest off at camp, and the other two are gonna go with her because Izzy was gonna stay behind, but she was gonna be bored out of her mind. So she's gonna be super mom and take the whole crew. And we'll be here. We'll be here doing our thing. Phantom, thank you for the 2 months. Sylvie, Shriek. Appreciate you guys for the resub. Sam, welcome. Oh, thank you for the 3 months, man. Flames, thank you for the 8. Purple, thank you for the 9. Did the kiddos get you anything for Father's Day? You know what? My daughter did. As for the boys, I find it hard to find whatever it is that they got me. The missus, little Miss Izzy. Izzy made me this. Guess we know who's the favorite kid. I mean, she puts the effort in, you know? She puts the effort in. Yeah. The little misses. Do you get air guitars? Maybe that's what it was. Mrs. Flash got me I'm a VHS junkie, and I've got like every single Disney VHS clamshell. She got me one of those massive blanket ones just for nostalgia's sake and to keep in my other room. So I've got a clamshell, Lion King clamshell that's about 2 feet tall. So that's there. Yeah. So she did give me that. Yeah. I saw them before, but they're always sold out everywhere, and she was able to get one. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for the hype train, friends. Reaper, thank you for the 2 months. Nameless, thank you for the year. I appreciate you guys. Again, if you are a father, I hope you had a great day so far. If it's the end of your day, I hope that the day itself was good. If it is just starting, then hopefully the rest of the day is awesome. Currently at work. Bucky, I hope work goes well, man. Hi, Mr. Song. Happy Father's Day to you, sir. Hello. Someone asked earlier if I'm going to be on the tubes. Yes. Yeah, I always wait until I get games started. Once I get games going, then I start up the tubes, and I'll put a ping out on the server. Yep. Hikiru, hello. How are you? Drog, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, Frant. Okay. But today we are playing with Mr. Doc. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Me and Mr. Doc are going to try our best to make it through this crap. Want some Pizza Hut? Oh, shit. You got Pizza Hut? I love Pizza Hut. Dude, I'll take Pizza Hut any day of the week. I'm so back and forth about this. I want to do this but I don't know if I should wait until they start fixing more stuff first, or if I do it soon. I'm not doing it today. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Sweet Father's Day is 8th of November. Oh, interesting. It's interesting that it's a different day. You know, not like universally they weren't like, hey, this should just be for all the fathers out there. Yeah. In the hospital, be able to watch you and Doc. Make the day a lot better. Reaper, I hope everything's okay. Or if things are not great, I hope that they get better. Do it. You're behind. What do you mean I'm behind? I'm Prestige 21. About to be Prestige 22. Explain. Get those blood moon. Oh, man. I need to pull up Doc on my phone so I can see where he is. Doc just did hide and seek in high school. Oh, my God. I knew he was on high school. Okay. That makes sense. Does it mean a guaranteed? I don't know if I'd say guarantee. I think the odds are ever in our favor. He's dying. Okay. Okay. Has he thought about not dying, though? Just out of curiosity. Thought today was the new challenge. I did it yesterday. I've already posted it. The new challenge comes out later tonight. So I don't know if I'll be live later tonight or not. Okay. There we go. I'll open this up so that way whenever he's ready to rock, he can jump on in. Yeah, if somebody wants to let Doc know, I've got a lobby open for him. He's ready. Thank you, Lodge. He just wants to give the ghost a hug. You know, that is very, very kind of him. He's waiting for me. Oh, does he want me to join him? I'll join him. I can't join him. There we go. Oh, Jesus.
Happy Father's Day to you.
Happy
Father's Day to me. Happy Father's Day to us. Somehow we managed to keep the gene pool going.
How were they alive?
Yeah. You nailed the bass part there. That was impressive.
It's
Hey,
the,
happy
you know,
Father's Day.
It's the end of the song. How were they still alive? Yes, sir. Happy Father's Day, Mr. Doc.
And to you, sir, and to you, our generations shall live on for 2 generations.
Hey, do me a favor.
Yes. Yeah.
Do like the I just cursed beep. I want to hear if I can hear it through the game.
Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Wow, that was really short. Hold on. Mother!
I did not hear that.
Like you didn't hear it at all?
No.
Like it didn't even make a sound?
No. So do you remember before how the one day I was like, it sounds a little different?
Uh-huh.
This
Do I
might
sound
be
different
playing
again now?
This might be playing into things. I mean, barely. No, you sound perfectly fine. It's just like the tiniest bit different. Like I can tell. And when you started doing sound effects and I couldn't hear them, I was like, maybe this has something to do with it.
Hold on, let me check my audio settings.
Check the
options.
Check the audio that is your system microphone. Riley, hello. What's up, FNAF? Xavier, good to see you. What's up, Twizzy? K-Dog, hello. Oh, Jesus. I heard that.
Is it
Yes.
Is it
Yes.
working?
Wow, I can't believe it f***ing worked. Wow, my God, no way.
Wow. Take it easy. I can't
Guess what?
I can't figure out how button
Hey,
works.
hey,
What? Yes.
hey.
Yes. 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 Yes.
That's the Doc I know.
Oh,
Got it.
well, it's good to be back.
It's welcome back, Doc. It's great to have you.
Absolutely, FlashForce. It's always a pleasure.
See, now I can
Yeah,
hear
buddy.
Morgan.
So wait a minute. What you're telling me is every time I've been trying to do smooth Morgan Freeman voice,
We've
it's just
heard
been
you.
me? Oh my God! And no one said anything.
I did when I noticed. You didn't like introduce it. You're not like, oh, by the way, this is Morgan Freeman.
Well, you could have like been like, are you trying to do the Morgan Freeman voice right
I don't
now?
know. I don't want to criticize. I'm like, hey, you know, he's trying really hard. He's doing really, really good job.
Okay. Fine.
What are your thoughts on the new
Fine,
update? The one that's been out for a while? Oh, it was shit. Oh, we're very
But
well
anyway,
aware.
What's the plan? Do you have any craziness up your sleeve?
I don't know about
for today on
I don't know
Father's
about
Day?
craziness up the sleeve, but I feel like we could probably wing it and figure something out. Thank you
Okay,
guys. Give Doc the
winging it.
book.
All right. How about should we do loop day? You want to do a loop day?
What, a loop day?
Loop day.
What's up?
Where we have to loop at least. We gotta loop them at least once. It's real easy.
Oh,
We gotta have at least one loop, no matter what the ghost is. Okay. Loop day.
Loop day. All right. Now I was doing something yesterday I think could be a little fun and instant.
Okay.
Okay. Yesterday I was going into the map and using the cursed object immediately. Instantly, no matter what it was, just using it. And then just playing it from there and just seeing what happens.
All right, that sounds good. So we'll do that.
We can do it
You'll
after
do
the
the
loop
cursed
day.
object, and I'll do loop day.
Okay.
No,
We'll do a double.
because
it's gonna be a
two go-
double.
Yeah. All
It's a
right, so
twofer.
we'll call this the cursed loop. Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
the cursed loop.
Okay,
That's
where
what
do you
it
wanna
is.
do
We
it?
got it.
Why not do both? We'll do both.
Well, preferably in a place where we
Daria,
can
thank you
loop.
for the 6 months. Catbird, thank you for the 6. Do you want? Here, let's do Willow.
All right, Willow's.
Any certain
I died on
difficulty
this
or
thing.
anything like that?
Doesn't matter to me.
Cursed
Whatever you
loops.
like.
I'm being. It sounds. It sounds like a cereal. Want a nice bowl of cursed loops?
Yeah.
Big old bowl of cursed loops. I like it. I like it.
It's like when you're at the grocery store, they ran out of your normal brand. It's like, well,
No,
let's see.
that's the
we
store brand. I guess there's cursed
cornflakes.
loops.
I guess we could pick up some cursed loops.
You know what? If anybody makes that into a cereal, we expect compensation. That's final. All right, let's do this. They be real? I think so. All right, I'll prepare myself. I'll get ready for the spot. Here we go. I'm ready. I'm ready to watch the. No, don't touch me. No, put your hand down. Stop it. Stop. In the name of love.
You just look like you had really massive buttons on your shirt. Here, hold on. I'll show you. All right, here we go.
What?
There.
What?
So the camera lenses stick through my
scooch over.
body.
Oh, keep scooching this way. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. Go back a little bit. Right there. Oh, no,
I can't
you
back
no,
it.
ah. Go back a little.
Right there?
No, a little more. Right there. No. Oh, wait. Hold on. Scooch, and I'll tell you what.
Here?
No, go this way a little bit. Yeah, right there.
What is this?
Right there. Like a snowman.
Do you want to build a snow dock and cover him with snow?
Feed him cursed loops. Okay.
There are lots of ghosties round. I think we better go.
The ghost is Judy Gayton. Have a member of your team witness a ghost event. Get a sanity below 25 and capture of the ghost.
Please don't die. All right. I'm gonna bring a light. I'm gonna make sure to bring a lighter.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Just in case. I don't know what the curse said is gonna be. Love you, child.
Love you.
Have fun. I'll see you in a bit. All right, my man.
You look like you're deep in thought right now. What are you thinking? What are you thinking about?
Oh, saying hi to my child.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that sounds pleasant.
Yeah.
All right, I'm ready. Ready to go. Kaylee, thank you for the 9-month membership, friend.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, how we doing? All right, let's go find out what it is, and then do cursed loops. You Cash, what's up, friend? Good to see you. Ah! Thank God, it's not the cards. Oh my God. Cursed poops.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Hi.
Found it.
That was so aggressive.
All right, so the question is, what are we going to ask it? Oh, I did a trick.
You mean shenanigans? Wait, what are you doing?
Uh-oh.
Wait, did you not do that? Did
no,
you do that?
No, that was not me.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Ghosty Shorts for sure.
Okay. You said you found cards? Did I hear that
No,
correct?
no, no. You walked in on me and I was holding the paw right in front of you.
Oh, wait. Apparently I'm having a sound issue. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right. Knowledge and trap the ghost. That sounds awful. Why would you do that? Knowledge, so you make it so that you can't see or hear anything, and then you trap the ghost, and you just have to sit there in silence for 60 seconds until it kills you. Are you sure you two weren't separated at birth or something? I don't know. It's hard to say. Elena, think of it the 8 months. Miss Phoenix, think of it the 11 months. Cursed loops. Now, it's going to be a little more difficult, although he should be okay, because I think if he comes over here, he could totally do it. Wish for better weather? No, the weather's fine. Dude, there's no rain or anything like that? This is great. This is great. I mean, if I want to drop my sanity, but although we could trap the ghost. Yeah. It's sad we had to retire back to the neckbeard, unless they make us another one. There's nothing we can do about it. It's sweater wetter. That's right. Queso Fresco! Thank you for the 2 years, dude. Sweater wetter. What mode? So it's nightmare, but we're kind of just goofing off. In a sense, because he wants to loop, and I want to use the cursed object immediately. So, yeah. No, wishing for sanity is not going to do any good. That's going to literally change the ghost room. We know the ghostie's here. Ghostie's here. We want to keep Ghosty here. Yeah. What do the monkey paw wishes do? It depends on the wish. It really depends. Hey, you okay?
So, I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
What was the issue?
The issue is that apparently my voice is really quiet and your voice is louder for my chat on my end of things. So.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Did you just turn it up in OBS?
Oh. Yeah, I just turned my mic volume up a little bit, so hopefully.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds perfectly fine on my end, from your microphone.
So, but they're saying Flash is double echoey.
Double
What?
echoey?
Double echoey. So your voice is coming through twice, but the actual game volume isn't. So I'm confused.
Am I coming? Let me check. Am I coming through
Why would
twice for
Flash
any of
be
you
coming
guys?
through twice, but the game isn't? Are we certain the game's not coming through double?
You're echoing on Doc's stream. Doc, you don't have my stream open, do you?
I do, but the volume is down on my phone.
Oh, it's on your phone. Okay. I thought you were gonna be like, whip.
I don't understand because they're saying that you sound double, but you do not sound double to me. You sound fine to me.
Yeah, and over on my end, everyone's like, no, it sounds fine. Nothing is double. I'm not double. The game is not. You're not double.
Are they sure that I'm not double? Flash. Are they sure that
I don't know how to solve it. Vacation was wonderful.
I don't know
friend.
how to solve it either. I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna mess
Okay.
with it for like 1 more minute, and then if that doesn't work,
Okay.
echoes it is.
Do you mind if I go ahead and use the cursed?
Go ahead and use that cursed Flash.
Okay. I'm gonna do it over here. I wish to trap the ghost. Yeah, that's really. Oh, okay. That's really strange that my audio, my microphone audio is double for him. Oh, I didn't start a timer. Biscuits and butter. But nothing else is in the game. I wonder if the rest of the, if the ghost is hunting and it's louder, I wonder if that'll do it. Yeah. How am I? I'm good. No, I wasn't throwing it in the trash. That was unintentional trash throwage. No. I like the monkey paw. The monkey paw is a great curse. It's a wonderful curse object. It's nice because it's not some guaranteed safe sort of thing. Audio issues? Well, my voice is doubled for him. My favorite is the music box. I love it. Could be Twitch streaming problem. I mean, maybe, but I don't think so. No. If the game is fine, but because my voice is only coming through the game. Is that a possible myling? Did that sound kind of quiet? Hi, Rhonda. Holy crap. Okay, never mind. Eee! Rhonda, why? Rhonda, please. I think it's a Pulte. It might be a Pulte.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
So here's the thing that's bizarre.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that's bizarre. Right
Yeah.
now, I switched my settings to monitor and output for my game capture.
Okay.
Now you're double for me, but my chat says you're fine. So I don't know what's happening.
Wait. Question.
Hold on.
Is
Let
your
me check.
is the game audio feeding back through something? I'm a little curious if the reason it sounded double is because my voice was more prominent, louder, and it was coming through your microphone. Thank you for the super chat. I see you from Chingis's shorts. I love how you run around the tables. Thanks for being funny. Family loves the video. Oh, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for the super chat, man. I appreciate you. Adam, what's up? What is up? What soda is you gonna drink today?
The
Nothing.
crazy thing is that right now I changed a setting. So now my chat hears you perfectly normal.
Yeah.
But you sound double for me in my headphones.
Okay, are you
then when I
using
switch
a
that setting back-
virtual mixer?
I am.
Look at the virtual mixer and see where the audio is feeding to.
Virtual mixer. One moment, please.
Yes, sir. No.
call this important,
Listen,
sir.
hey, I'm willing to wait it out and make sure that it's good for you, because I know how annoying that can be. Audio issues can really suck. They can really suck. What's Doc's YouTube? Documentary. DOCU. Documentary. Clay, thank you for the gifted memberships, homie. It's probably looping back. That's my guess. And I think the reason that the game audio didn't really sound like it was is because it wasn't loud enough to come through, but my voice is. Can lead to Sentry. It's really aggravating when you just want it to work and it's not. It can really suck. Tell Doc you said what's up, I will. Tavertall says what's up, by the way. Specifically asked me to tell you that. Just side note. Curse of the Loops. Yeah.
You know what? We might just have to deal with it. I'll deal with it as it is right now. I'm just going
Are
to
you
hear
sure?
as if you are God. Yeah, because I'm just standing here is ridiculous.
No, I'm okay with
It doesn't
it.
make any sense.
No, listen, if you're okay with working through it right now, I will continue with things while you're working through it. If you are like, F this, I just want to play, that's fine too. I'm willing to do whatever, man. I was telling them, I was like, I get it. Audio issues suck. And when they happen, you want to fix it, but you're like, oh, but I just want to do stuff. Yeah, I get it.
Listen to me.
No.
Listen to me.
Okay, hold on.
It's
Now I can hear you
Father's-
better.
Oh, thank you. Okay, good. It's Father's Day.
It is.
Okay. Like it only comes like once a year, right?
Are you sure?
Only once a year. Yes. And I
Oh,
want this
okay.
day to be special for us. You know why? Because we're dads. You and me, we're dads. So let's get in there.
Okay.
Let's get in there.
Okay.
Let's loop this ghost.
I think it might be a
Okay?
Pulte, just a heads up.
All right, I'm not worried.
Okay.
Wait, I don't have a. Hold on, I don't have a thing. Hold on.
Our sanity is probably all right. We could wish for sanity if we want to make it hunt. Mute flash in game. But then I won't come through his game. But then I won't come through his game. That's the problem. Is Doc a father? Doc is a Faja. That is correct. Bam! Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in. He is a Faja.
Going in.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. Let's go. Let's do the thing.
Do the ting. Oh, holy crap.
Why are you making what happened?
It just threw it aggressively threw a cup. It threw this cup. Look, it threw it from all the way in the living room.
What?
This one, the yellow one.
Hey, cup chucker.
Cup
It took me 3 tries to get that door. That's kind of embarrassing. All right.
I think it's a Polty.
Monkey paw.
Yes. You are welcome to wish for whatever you want to wish for, sir. The choice is yours.
Anything?
Whatever you want, man.
All right. I wish for.
Hey, can you throw it down and pick it up again?
Oh yeah.
Okay, you were holding nothing for me. There we go. Better.
I wish for puppies. I get those puppies.
Puppies? Do we get puppies?
Puppies.
Puppies.
Here, boy.
Here,
Come on
here,
out here,
come here.
Boo.
Where you at, boy?
Come here, boy.
All right,
So,
hold on. There's one more here. I can.
Well, but where are our puppies? That's what
I don't know. Maybe we got to find them. Maybe it's like a hide and seek kind of thing.
Puppies?
I wish for cursed loops. It doesn't like it.
Okay. All right. Let's try another one.
Okay. Here, your try. Your turn.
All right. I wish for a filet mignon. Nope.
No. Okay, my turn. Let me think.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to do it on the spot.
I wish for a signed copy of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Janet?
Hold on, let me check my pockets. Hold on. It's gotta be here somewhere. Hold on, let me check these cabinets.
Have you ever tried wishing for more wishes? Does it do anything special?
No, that'd be
flip you the
really
middle
funny.
finger?
That would be funny if all the fingers went up. Ah.
Yeah. Or it just grows another one.
6 finger. It's an obake.
Yeah.
Now, I have no idea what that did. So the puppies gave us sunrise.
Okay, as they do.
As they do, because they light up our day. But the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids video, I'm not sure what that did. Berdito, thank you for the 6 months. Justin, thank you for the 30.
It gave us a little
Just
tea
a little
party.
bit. Just a
Give
little
a little
bit.
bit of your time to me. There's so much that we need to share.
Oh, it spawned at the front door, Doc. Run! You think he's okay? I bet he's fine. Yeah, I get. Oh, hey, free smudge. No, there's no wishes left. No. We should have saved that last wish. I shouldn't have asked for the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. That would have been way better. It looks like he's either trying to get something and put it in the trash can or he's about to vomit. I can't tell. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to go Polgy and get out of here. What are those? I know. The dying poses are great. They're so good. Hooligan, thank you so much for the subs, man. Popping a squat. All right, I'm still pretty sold on the old poultry, so we're gonna send it. Looks like he's doing that scene by Jim Carrey. Are you talking about the one where he talks with his butt? Is that the one you're talking about?
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I'm gonna open this door. It's hot in here. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, happy Father's Day to me, I guess.
You said get looped, and then it murdered you.
Yeah. I think maybe the ghost
What's up,
thought
Big Blue?
I needed to put my feet up for a day. You know, just a day. Father's Day. Go ahead, lie down. Just go ahead and lie down by the kitchen island for a little
See,
while.
for me, you
Grab a
weren't
bag of
though. For
chips.
me, you were crouched as if you were trying to pick something up and put it in the trash can.
Oh. Well, we got to stay tidy, I guess, or something.
Or something. I don't know. Do you have a video tour of the bookcase office space? The digital
Okay.
screen beside your play buttons? looks
All
good.
right.
Oh, no,
well,
but I totally can at some point.
Unfortunate, but I got $200. Oh, I never removed my equipment from the thing.
Oh,
Should
yeah,
I do
yeah,
that?
yeah,
I should
yeah.
probably do that.
Yeah, you should remove the equipment. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think it's out.
Okay. Is it?
There
is
we
it
go.
Out? Is it out?
It's out.
It's out. All right. Well, I chose Willer's. Where do you want to go now?
Nom, 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 nom. Well, what screams Father's Day to me?
You know, that's a
How
great
about
question.
prison?
Yeah, that sounds right. Bruce, thank you for the follow, man. Luck, thank you for the 18 months. Nothing says Father's Day like
Wait,
prison.
wait. Stay right there. Stay right there. Do not move.
Okay.
Stay right there.
Don't you
Don't move.
dare. Don't you dare.
No, no,
do
no,
it.
no, 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 no. I got you a Father's Day card.
Motherfucker!
It's a Father's Day card.
Oh.
Father's Day card. Calm down.
I get it. I see what you did there.
All right. Oh, hey. Nice.
Gosh dang it. Ray, thank you for the biddies, man. Appreciate you. God, I got booked on Father's Day. Can't believe this. Oh, you get it? You got booked. It's prison. You booked him and you sent him to prison. All right,
Wait, what happened?
When you arrest somebody, you book them. You book them.
Oh, that's a good point. I never thought about that.
Book them.
I never thought about that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Case 979, 997 Donna. You mother. Case 997 Donna Shannon. Detective ghost spread through the motion sensor. Capture 3 unique
Got
photos with a photo camera and transient knew the ghost using it.
This is.
Get booked.
Piece of crap. All right.
You piece of crap. All right. Got that. I'm ready to go.
All right. I'm going to fiddle with audio for another minute and then I'll be right in. I promise.
Okay, you're good. No. Take your time.
All right.
All right, let's ride. Let's ride. While he's fiddling with audio, I'll pull this up. Pull that up. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay. Thank you, Kev. I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm just going to say it. We have cards. Mute on game. Well, here's the issue. The issue again is that either him or his chat is hearing me twice. That's the problem. So that's what we're trying to figure out. Honorable, thank you for the biddies. All right, we'll go to B block, check for power. I didn't check the front for power. No. It sounded like you were talking through your face cam on his side. No, definitely not. Echoey on his end. Let me make sure. You son of a bitch. No. But then he said, but then eventually it sounded right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. These don't start on the ground, right? Right? I heard that. Where did I hear that? I heard a thing. I heard a thing. Where did it go? I heard a thing. Where did it go? I'm so confuzzlement. I don't know where it went. Is bits more helpful to the streamer or subs? I think in the end, if you're like, oh God, if you're adding it all up, I think technically bits would be, but it just depends on how much is given. Oh, Jesus Christ, I scared myself. Kev, thank you for the subs, homie. Doc is looking for you. Doc, I am over in the B block. Ghosty is here somewhere. I don't know where. That's a pole. Yeah, I looked up and it was in my face. Yeah, there's our breath. There we go. Where's Doc at?
Oh no.
I'm here. Yeah, it's in the B block.
Oh.
I heard it do a thing, and then I saw my breath. So I definitely know it's over there somewhere.
All right, I will go into B block and make all sorts of noise and run around.
Okay, I'm gonna get more stuff.
Okay.
Am I still echoey for you?
It's
It's tough to tell. Half of chat says yes, half of chat says no. I'm just confused.
Okay. Okay. I might go give a listen myself soon. Power's on, by the way.
Right.
Are your mouse keybinds hitting both global and procs at the same time? No, I don't even think you can do that. It's like a reverb effect. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I would love to help him figure it out what's going on, because on my end, it looks okay. Can I book him?
that is it's quite a book you got there.
Thanks. I work
Quite a
out.
book you got there. Yeah.
Put that there. Put that there. He's definitely had braces. Here, I'm gonna pull up his stream so I can hear it myself. All right, I'm gonna do a little test for myself.
Okay, test yourself.
I sound perfectly fine.
So you sound fine
Check.
to me.
Checking the 1-2 and a 1-2.
Okay, there I'm definitely I got a
I
little
do hear
delay
reverb.
on you right there for sure.
Check.
With what you just did.
Checking things. Check one more time.
Still got a delay right there with you.
All right, do me a favor. Okay, hold on. Don't do anything. I can't tell if I can hear it in that or not. Yeah, the voice, the actual microphone is good. That's not the problem. I really do think my guess is that. Now, wait, actually, you know what? Hold on. Do me another favor. Are you on voice activation or push to talk?
Push to talk.
Okay. And you're not pushing to talk right now.
Well, wait, I have to push to talk in order to communicate with you. I push to talk.
Okay. Do not press.
Wait a minute.
Do
Now,
not press
okay,
push to talk. I'm curious, if you don't do that, then I'm not going to be feeding back through the microphone, and let's see if it's double.
Wait a minute. I could hear myself even though I wasn't pressing push to talk. What is that all about? Through your, as you were speaking, I could hear myself through when you were talking.
What is going on?
I don't understand. Here, get real close to me and say something else.
Slender tidings.
Okay, that time it didn't do it. But I did get nice and close to you, so that was pleasant. But I don't understand. It's the cursed loops. You're right. It's got to be the cursed loops.
Okay, now hold down your push to talk, but don't say anything. Now we're going to do a test this way so your chat can hear it like this. Is it doubling now?
Yes, they say it's doubling when
Okay.
I'm holding down my thumb button.
So let go of push to talk and try that one more time. So no push to talk on. Does it sound okay now? Still double.
Okay, so there, yeah, still double.
Now, what worries me, though, is that you said that you could hear yourself through me.
I could have sworn I heard myself through you.
That I wonder if that could be, I mean, that could be me for having my headphones too close to the microphone.
Right next. Okay.
Check.
I got my headphone right next to the microphone. All right. I don't know how this is gonna help.
No, not that. No, I said.
I got it right next to the microphone.
That's not what I said.
Wait, hold on.
Get the same issue. It's been going on for a
All right,
while.
say something else.
No. No. That's not what we're saying. Gosh, dang it.
What's bizarre
Check.
is that you, for me, in game,
Check.
in my headphones, you're not doubling, you're not reverbing, you sound perfectly fine. It's everyone in my chat right now that's saying you're coming through double, which is bizarre. Why would that be the case?
Okay, question. Where do you have your virtual mixer up by chance?
No, but I can.
Can you pull that up real quick and let me know when I'm talking if you see two channels moving at the same time?
Okay. 1 second.
It could be an OBS problem. It could be. Okay, let's see what he does.
All right.
Okay.
Then
Do you have his stream open? No, I have no browsers open. No. Oh, I have it on my phone, but it's muted. Yeah, it's muted. I heard the reverb. I did hear it. Yeah, once you have that open, I can talk, and then you can let me know if you see it happening through multiple sources. His game sounds are all perfectly fine. It's definitely a mic issue. You would recognize it instantly if you heard it. But it doesn't make sense because I'm not talking to him through like Discord or something. I'm talking to him in the game. What the hell is... And he said that my audio sounds fine to him, but it's echoing through the stream. Yeah. It sounded like he has your volume up and a small bit of reverb, but he wouldn't have added reverb. That's the thing. He would have never added reverb. Your mic selection hasn't changed. I just checked it. It's the same exact microphone that I use for my sound for my computer. So if I go to my sound mixer options and I look at my input, that's what I'm using. Yep. Yep. And I'm not doubling in any of mine. Like my microphone audio is not doubling that I can see on my end.
Flash, can you hear me?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. So,
Chicken to China, the Chinese chicken.
did that change anything, Chad, or is Flash
Grab a
still double?
drumstick and your brain start ticking.
Flash echo. What?
It's
in
all
the-
Chiba's fault? That sounds good to me. And it's been
Dude, I
happening
have
the
some
whole
people
time,
saying-
right? In the lobby and in the games, or just here?
I think it's been in the lobby. Do you want me to try to exit out and come back in?
What if we restart the game? What if both of us restart the game?
Okay, we're gonna restart the game.
All right, let's guess the ghost and get out of
Hey,
here.
hey, Flash!
Yeah.
Happy Father's Day, by the way.
Hey, happy Father's Day. Listen, man, we're
Okay.
here for the vibes.
All right.
We're chilling. We're chilling, bruh.
All right, vibes, chilling.
Hey, bruh, what you
All
doing, bruh? We'll see what happens. See what happens when you take vacation. Why would my vacation? Oh, he's gone. Why would it also do something to him? That doesn't make sense. Ah, it's the twins.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
It's not fun on mine. I heard my echo through him. I heard it. I definitely heard it 100%. I'm going to restart the game too. Just clean slate for both of us. I think that's the way to go.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I definitely heard it though. But what I was wondering if the audio of the game is not loud enough to echo on his end, but I am. Intradasting friends. Just trying to figure it out, man. I'm trying to help a brother out. You're reverby, but not echoey. That's what it sounded like to me. No echo, but there's definitely reverb. I heard it too. Samesies.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
That van door opening sound was pretty loud, to be fair. I wonder, I mean, again, that's why I was asking him to pull up his virtual audio, because I'm wondering if for some reason it's doubling through his OBS.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
A little curious. If his mixer is doubling voice, just have him reboot it. Should clean it up. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Platypus. Yeah, we'll check. We'll do the things, man. No, I asked. No, he said he has my stream. Oh my god. Hello.
All right.
Let's try this
Okay.
again.
So you can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, chat. What do we got?
Stuff and things.
Is Flash echoing for you still?
Check
Well, sounds
with a
good.
check. What did you do on your end, sir? Just restart the game?
I went in. Well, I got to be honest. I just went in and started changing a bunch of stuff, and it worked. So we have no idea what just happened, but it's working.
Changed a bunch of stuff as in like in the mixer or in the game?
In the mixer itself.
Okay. Oh,
I
God.
went into
Okay.
OBS and I just started. So like 2 streams from now, everything's gonna blow up, and I'm
my
gonna have no
God.
idea how to fix it.
That's fine.
Okay.
Hey, at least it's okay now. That's what we're talking about. Doc's over there just using the bottom of his fist just to hit buttons. Yeah, this should work.
I'm just like, yeah. Like every drop-down menu. Sure, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good.
Flip
Yeah,
switches
let's
and
change
see what
that. Let's
sticks.
do this.
Yeah. Which I guess literally in game or the
Wait,
mix.
it's back? How's
Oh
it
no,
back?
is it really? Okay, next question.
He's double again.
Look at your OBS.
Oh, mother father.
Look at your OBS.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Cat keyboard, yeah. Yeah, Rabbit, thank you so much for the Prime, man. And Twin, thank you for the 15. Appreciate you guys drifting. Thank you for the biddies. When you're looking at OBS, do you see it coming through twice?
Twice.
Yeah.
How do you mean coming through
Like, do you
twice?
see 2 channels moving at the same time whenever I'm talking?
I just see the one for the game coming through.
Wait. With a wait.
Wait.
It happened when he switched scenes. Someone said So Break said that it happened when you switch scenes. Can you switch scenes back real quick?
Yes. Hold on.
We might be onto something. NASA, thank you for the year.
All right, I'm on my different scene.
Okay. Can they hear me okay now?
Can
Because
you
if
hear 'em
I'm
okay
not
now?
doubling now, then we know that the audio is being doubled in that scene.
All right, it's doubled in that scene, so they're saying yes, you're
Okay,
fine.
so go to that scene and then just scroll through your audio sources, and I'll just keep talking to figure it out.
All right. So do I want monitor and output, or monitor off, or monitor?
Well, here's the
Do I wanna
okay.
monitor?
So the monitor output stuff, that's just for you, as in what's going to be coming to you. If I sound okay to them, but double to you, that's where you would turn monitor off. But I'm sounding double for them, not for you.
Okay. So I'm back on live scene.
Okay. We're getting this, damn it. Oh, we're figuring this out. It's like a blueprints puzzle. Yeah, so I'll talk. You let me know. Because if I'm doubling for them, that's not a monitoring thing. Wait, actually, hold on. Wait a minute. Actually? Try turning the monitor off.
It's off. Monitor
It's off
is
right now?
already off.
Okay. Can the peeps let us know if it's changed?
Peeps. Peeps.
Peeps.
Changed.
Peeps.
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 Didn't
Didn't
change?
change. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it's not an echo. It's like
still
it's like
reverby.
reverb. It's like reverb. That's why I was saying I wonder if there's another channel within this scene somewhere that you have that is also feeding the audio back. So while I'm talking like this, outside of the desktop audio, there might be another channel that's picking it up. Yeah. So what I'm gonna
hold
do?
on. I have an idea. I have an idea.
I like it.
Okay. Get ready.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a thing.
Okay.
Don't worry. It's gonna be fine.
Okay.
I gotta get out of this.
Hi,
All
Nine
right.
Tails. We're doing our best. I appreciate your guys' patience. I want it to work well for him and not be annoying. I would rather sit here and figure it out. Yeah. Flu, gosh, thank you for the 4 months.
Flash, try talking again now.
Hey, look, I'm talking now. Hey. Oh my God. Look at your beard hairs. They're all frizzly dizzly. Oh
Thank
my
you.
God.
Thank you. Thank you.
welcome.
What do we think?
I don't know.
Did that work? God, son of a! I don't know.
Did you scroll through your sources on OBS?
Yeah. The only problem is I can't. Like in the mixer, you mean?
Yeah, where it says audio mixer, just the slider that's on the right, like slowly go down through your sources and see if there's another one that's moving while I'm talking. Because if so, then that means it's doubling back. It's going through something that it shouldn't be going through. And there might be maybe a filter on it, and that's why. Maybe there's some sort of a gate that's not allowing the other audio to come through, but is allowing me to come through. Encourage you to play solo, too afraid, only play with friends. Let's go. So if you let me know, if you're doing that, I can talk and we can see if it's coming true. I can like read through the ghosty lists, or I can like tell a story about a bridge. Now we're checking. I'm just going to keep talking and then people can say, hey, guess what? It's working great. Oh, looky. Tell you, it's the virtual mixers can be a big pain in the ass. If something changes in the virtual mixer, oh man, it can be really, really annoying. It's Ben.
Oh my God. Now I'm fine. And let me guess, now Flash is double again, right?
Is the virtual audio having a stroke? like her a
What? Sorted? How is it good? There is no way it can be good. I just switched something.
Did you turn it off and back on?
Yes, and that should not work. And oh my God, what is going on? Hold on, let me go in and change this now.
Oh, wait, oh God, don't touch it.
I'm just out and cut. All right, everyone's saying it's good. I guarantee you the moment we go into a game, everything's going to break. I guarantee you. And I promise I'm not going to touch nothing.
I didn't realize a virtual mixer
something's
could
gonna
melt
happen.
like that. What the heck?
I'm so sorry. This is all just turning into crap.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey, listen, we're here for it, man.
Okay. Okay.
This is my job.
All right. Now it's going to be a blood moon. All right. Why are you like this?
No,
Okay.
it's not.
I am not touching.
All right, listen.
Not touching any settings.
We are going to do just a classic Ridgeview Nightmare. Nothing crazy. Just do the normals, okay?
Okay,
Kill said
normals. Normals.
Kill said it was a loose wire in your virtual mixer, which, yeah, I can see that. You didn't plug it in all the way.
I don't have any. My wires are strong. They're all plugged in. Firm, virile connections. Or not. I don't know.
You know.
Did you just?
Yes. So good at that. Go.
Wait a minute.
What?
Uh-oh.
What?
Why?
What?
Why is Flash only speaking in Spanish?
What?
What's happening?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
I'm like Buzz in Toy Story 3. I got reset.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. Did you plug it in? We tried. The manliest of all the wires.
All right, here we go. Case 9.
Case 998, Kelly Brown, capture 3 unique photos of the photo
I'm not
camera,
gonna book
capture a
him.
photo of any successful reading on an EMF reader, and capture 2 unique
Don't
paranormal
ask-
sounds of the sound recorder.
Easy.
Okay. Kelly Brown. By the way, I had a chuckle the other day because I'm pretty sure we were like on our way to vacation, and I don't know how it came up. I swear to God, we saw a sign that said Sweeney. So I told my wife about the names we see in game.
Yeah. It's always someone's weenie every time.
It's always someone's weenie. It's always really good. You have like Donna's weenie.
Aaron's weenie. Donna's weenie.
I think I had more of a chuckle than she did, but I still enjoyed it.
Well, I mean, we're dudes, you know?
We're dudes. We're dads. We're dad dudes. That's what we do. Why is that the one line everyone remembers? I don't know, because it's the one that's the most repeated.
Cheering for Blood Moon. Stop that.
Kelly's weenie. Yeah, if you guys ever get a ghost with the last name Sweeney.
Does your chat want you to die? Just out of curiosity. Hey, chat. Hey, Flash's chat. Type 1 if you want Flash to die. Type 2 if you don't want Flash to die. Type 3 if you just want me to die.
I'm getting a lot of 3s. Wait, what was 3?
Oh, sorry. You're literally right here. 3 is if people want me to die.
Oh, there's a lot of 3s in there.
Are you for real?
Yeah. Somebody said 420.
Oh. Motherfucker! No!
Grandma just like Princess Brided you.
Was that a 3 from Grandma?
That was a 3. She said, as you wish.
As you... Oh, my sweet Wesley. What have I done?
All right. I'm just getting stuff. All right. I'm ready. Oh, God. I know. And Doc runs straight into the ghost. I know. He's literally just feeding her at this point. Look at him. Right at a rock. Now, she came from the stairs. Now, I don't know if that means she was up a stairs and she decided to event, which would be weird.
Maybe she's just right in this corner. Right.
Does hear a door?
Right here.
It just shut the potty door. It also turned on the light. I think she's taking a crap. Allow me to flush. Wait. Is the breath in the hallway? Oh, I think it is. Crap. All right. I'm gonna go look for power.
All right, be careful.
Roger that. Lizard, thank you for the 29 months. Thank you for the resub. Appreciate you, homie. Ariel, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. No name. Hello. How are you? Listen, man, I just want to help my mans. Listen, I get it with the audio issues. Can like some you can deal with, and it's like, wait, did I just shut the power off? What just happened? Some you can deal with and it's fine, but others it just really sucks. So I get it. I totally get it. I understand. Oh. Alright, we probably don't have a gin because it like cut the power on me immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you?
As I walked away, that mother father.
Are you close?
Yes.
Can you give me a sign?
Sagittarius. Right here.
How many pairs of underpants does David have?
2.
What happened to Leroy's tricycle?
Ask about his underpants.
Do you want to engage in fisticuffs?
What's funny is that because I couldn't see the spirit box, I couldn't hear the spirit box. I can now.
That is weird. Maybe he needs to go into its OBS settings.
Ah, the old double.
See, what sucks is I still do not know what the answer was to that whole thing.
I don't know. It really might have been some stupid turn it off and on thing. Because like for me, OBS will do that sometimes where I have to literally disable a source and re-enable it to be able to hear the audio come through for me. But it's fine for them. It's so weird.
Okay.
It's goofball behavior.
See, now you're probably new. FlashForce settings. I'm doubling.
Hey, was that a 3 or a 2? Dude. Was that a yokai? Oh, it was a banshee. Oh, well, I guess I was the target. Doc, that did not go. That did not go the way that it should have, and I'm not going to settle. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Are you okay? Okay. I got really nervous for a second because you were standing there and your legs were kind of like tilted to the side, like a V8 sort of thing.
Oh no, that's okay. I just I didn't finish my juice.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's saying that was a 4. Whatever just happened.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a team wipe, I believe the term is team wipe. And the ghost was in the bathroom for a little while.
The ghost was in the bathroom. So. That is a team wipe for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
it's been a weird day.
Man, what a day. Ay, caramba. Listen, it'll be okay. He'll shut up in a second. Just hold on. It'll be fine. No, don't try to Darth Vader him. Just it's fine. Relax.
Okay. We're on case 999 for me, which is also known as case 999.
That is what they say.
Which upside down
welcome in
is GGG, which means good ghost. Golly.
Just read it.
Here we go.
Oh, sorry. Case 99. Case 999. Kelly Gacy. Capture a video of the ghost. Repel the ghost within sentences while chasing someone to capture a photo of any successful reading on an EMF read.
Or QQQ. All right, leave me alone. I can't read upside down. Sorry, chat's giving me a hard time. Okay, here we go.
For thinking that your upside down 9s are G's.
I was saying G's, like, geez, you know?
Geez, man.
Yeah, that's it.
That down. Yeah. All right, let's go. Just let him have it. Just let him have this one. He's been having a hard day. Just let him have it. Main Captain, how are you? It's been a day and a half. Okay. All right. Let me know if you find the power. I think you found the power.
I am not going to tell you if I turn the power on. You're going to have to check with the light switch.
What if I don't want to?
Well, then I guess you're not getting off the power sign.
That's a touche and a half, my friend. He turns the lights off. Have they fixed the ghost yet? How do I say this? Not really.
All right, nothing over here.
We do have a music box.
Here. Cursed item, I'm not sure.
Did
Excuse me.
what did I hear? Piano? What's that? Dude, it sounded like a ghost event. Yeah, I think Ghosty's here. Heard they're coming out of the fix at the end of the month. I'm waiting for that so I can jump back in. Honestly, we're all kind of at that point too. Waiting to figure out when a fix is coming. I think it might be near the piano, Mr. Doc.
Roger that.
Just don't touch its piano, if you know what I'm saying.
I will not touch the piano.
Yeah, we're all just waiting for the fixes to show up. We don't know when it's happening yet. Yeah. We're hopeful. I think at this point, a lot of people are just sprinkling in other games here and there just to keep things fun and interesting without bashing their head against the wall because Phaz is not working all the time. You touched it. Hey, you didn't touch it, did you?
Oh, hey.
You didn't touch it, right?
I did not. No.
Okay, because if you did, you're marked for death.
Wait, what?
If you touch the piano, you're marked for death.
It's Father's Day. Like,
I mean,
why is it that if I touch the piano, I'm marked for death? I didn't play it that badly.
I feel like if
Hey, why don't you come in? Why don't you come over here and touch the piano?
I feel like if I have to try to explain it to you, you just can't afford it. You know what I mean?
What's up now? What's up now?
Here comes death.
I touched it.
What if it started hunting? Do you know how? Oh my God. You know, I tried to warn you. I tried. I warned him. I warned him, don't touch the piano, and look what happened. All right, I'm going to try to quickly figure out what this is or just mark demon and leave. Oh my God. I have the music box. I can make it hunt at least once. Oh my God. I can't believe it actually hunted him. That's so early. It's those kinetic partner hacks. Hey, don't you blame me. Hey, listen, I'm a #1 dad. Okay. #1 dads don't do that. Okay. I kind of want to just put demon. I would like to figure out what it is. Oh my God, that's so funny. I hope somebody clipped it. I'll go back. I'll definitely make something of that. Oh, Jesus. Bro. Why is his tag? Why is my tag on his shirt? Am I dead? Did I just have a Sixth Sense moment? Jiminy Christmas! Shut up and get out of here! Doc, my tag is on your shirt. Screenshot it. It's hunting so fast. All right, let me get these lights on so I get a better screen grab of that. Let's see. Give me this. Oh, I can't. There we go. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. I think it makes it worse. I'll just bring up the brightness later. Hey, asshat. I'm working over here. I can't. Oh, God. Here, we'll just do this. I'll go back from back here. I'll go from back here. And then I'll do like a zoomed up guy like this. All right, I'm going demon, Doc. I'm getting out of here. Timer. I'm not even worrying about it. Doc's dead. I can't bring him back with a music box. I'd rather him be alive. No. No. Welcome to Fast. We don't have bugs. We have features. You know, I think it does have a limit, though. I think it does have a limit, Kimmy. I think we can all agree. At some point, I think we can only have so many features. I'm saying this as a Kinetic partner. Wait, David. We're just hopeful for all the fixes. If it's not a demon, I don't know. Never seen that happen. Oh, I've never seen that.
Welcome back.
Wow. So, what did we learn?
Well, I learned some ghost hunting employee named FlashForce apparently isn't very good at this game because
Wait,
yeah.
Hold on. Don't move. There we go.
I'm not moving.
Grab of your tag so that way I can put it over that tag and then we just call it a day.
All right, fine. So be it. So be it.
I told you. I warned you. I said, don't touch it. You will be cursed.
Okay.
You touched it.
Wait. All right. Time out. Wait. Listen to me for a second. Out of game. All right.
His
out
badge
of
is
game.
fine now. Yeah.
Is that's not really a thing, is it? That's not really a thing.
Touching the piano?
Yeah.
There is a higher chance if you touch the piano that it will get active and possibly hunt.
What?
You didn't know
Sorry,
that?
chat. I had no idea about
Oh,
that.
but it only applies to you though.
Wait. What? To me? Are you met? I don't know what's real. Okay. Hey, let's take advantage of the idiot. Let's make the idiot look more idiot. Fine, FlashForce.
Come on. We're having a goof.
No, get
We're
away
having
from
a
no,
just
I don't
having a
want
goof.
Get
Come here, come on, let's play
balled
games.
on.
Come on.
Get pinned
Come on, let's play
Get
games.
balled on.
Don't
All right,
ball on me,
fine, I'll play
please.
games. Fine.
Here, come on, let's play games. Come
Touch the piano. Hey,
on.
you know,
Did
you know,
just
if you mess
spit?
with the Jenga, no.
Oh.
If you mess with the Jenga, you're gonna get herpes. All right, let's go.
Well, too late. What if I already had it? And if we already have it, what happens next?
They just get bigger.
Ew. Ugh.
Super herpes.
Ew. Good
Hey,
God.
merch idea. All right, here we go.
Hey, do you still have, is that super herpes shirt still in stock by chance?
No, that went real quick.
Sold out real fast.
It caught on like crazy.
Don't forget to use promo code contagious on your way out.
All right. What are we thinking now?
Well, I
what are we
chose
thinking
Ridgeview,
now?
sir. So I think it's I think you were more than welcome to choose where you want. What's up,
Okay.
Nessie? Hello.
Bleasdale.
You know what? I added that to my list of VHS wants the other day. Caddyshack 2.
Wait. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen that movie. It's been a really long time.
No.
Be the ball. We used to, dude, my dad, I remember he would always do the because I've golfed before. Like when I was younger, like he would randomly want to play golf. And there was a local place near us we'd go. It's like only par 3. And as you line up, you're getting the shot ready, you just hear, "Keep your eye on the fruit." I'm like, shut up. Let me hit the ball. Keep your eye on the fruit.
So good.
The sounds the VHS player makes is crazy satisfying. I love it so much. I found Adam's Family Values the other day when I was thrifting. Super jazzed. I also got my wife barefoot in the park. It's one of her favorite movies. What in the hell? These
All right. Here we go.
Alrighty, sir.
Case 1000. Jennifer Moore. Jennifer, give me some more than case 1000.
Ew.
We all want some more. We're gonna get some more.
Get an average sound on top below 25%. Capture a photo of the ghost to detect Bear almost out with the Bear ball its microphone. Easy.
Wait, what are you doing over here?
I feel
Are you sniffing the drugs
uncomfortable. I feel
again?
Uncomfortable.
Don't feel uncomfortable. You're doing fine. Are you sniffing the drugs? Don't sniff the drugs.
They smell really
Who
good.
sniffs the drugs? Okay.
13613.
Got a little bit of a drug sniffer.
Although, Doc, come here. Yeah. Throw down your stuff. Throw down your stuff. Yeah, throw it down. Throw it all down.
all of it?
All of it.
Oh my God! All right, hold on.
All
Wait,
of it.
what else?
Stay
do I-
crouched. Stay crouched. Look at the medicine and look at it to the point where your arm comes up to pick it up. It's huge.
Oh my God! Yeah. They had some issues with perspective, I think, when they did the update. Like some minor perspective issues.
Little BB hands
Yeah.
coming out trying to grab all this stuff.
Go! This is why you put the stuff on
The
top
best
of the
one
fridge.
though, the best one is the EMF. When you take the EMF and you walk up to other objects, it's my favorite one.
Oh, when you get some of this, son of a you don't move.
All right.
Okay. All right. Wait. Okay.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
Get
reverse
booked out.
booking.
Oh, wait. You need to take one little step forward. One tiny
Oh,
step.
sorry. I was doing a reverse
That's
booking.
okay. God, wow, that is an impressive booking right there. Wow.
That's a good booking you got there, bud. All right, let's go. You know, we never know what we're going to run into when we hang out with Doc. Was that an orb? Orb. 48.
Orb 48.
Yeah, not for you. 48.
That sounds like a person's name. Like you would maybe meet out somewhere. Like, oh, we're gonna go hang out with Orb Foyer.
I'm going to name my next child Orb. Man in the wide brim hat. Thank you for the biddies, dude. A drifting shade. Thank you for the 4 months. Miss V, I hope your stream was good. If I missed it, friend.
Yeah, I've seen him around. Orb.
Yeah, that's great. You can't shut me out. Where are you? Shit. Where are you?
Flash, could you,
Are you here?
come upstairs for a second?
Are you here? Absolutely, sir. Peggy! Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Sir.
What floor are we on right now?
What floor are we on? Is this like a, are we having like an American European conversation right now?
No, I just need you to answer. Like, if you were just talking to me right now, what floor are we on?
The second floor?
Thank you!
What do people call this, the first?
Thank you! Kill calls it the first
Okay,
floor.
yeah, see? It's
Kill.
a Europe. Tom will fight tooth and nail with this conversation about what this floor would be considered.
This is America. We're on the second floor here.
You're not thanking for the 5 subs.
Floor.
Wait.
The second one.
7 subs. Excuse you.
Down there, that's the first
Brad,
floor
thank you for the
that you hit
subs.
when your feet go in the house. Up here, it's the second floor. that
Yeah,
your
the
feet hit
ground
when you go in the
floor.
house.
The ground floor is the first floor.
Right, and the basement is the negative first floor.
That's
Everyone
correct.
knows this.
Thank you.
Kill's going to town right now. Kill's messing me up.
I remember, trust me, I remember having these conversations with Tom where he's like, but it doesn't make sense. I'm like, yours doesn't make sense. He's like, no, ground
why
floor,
we can't
first
get
floor.
along.
I'm like, what?
We are the world. We are the children.
Oh my God. Okay. So we have an orb down there. I have nothing else. You, Doc, me, Tom. We need to play fast.
Oh, I forgot we weren't even supposed to be on the second floor. It's down here.
What floor are you on now? Apparently the 15th. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I knew when he said that, I immediately knew that it was a European American conversation because of the difference in what we say. I knew it. I knew it. Because I remember the conversation with
I didn't realize we were
Tom.
messing with metric floors.
Explain this to buildings who have elevators. Metric floors. What did you just call me? There's a painting on the floor on the stairs. Oh, I saw. Yeah, thank you, Knight. Kinetic is British, so I think it's the. Yeah, but is this map considered in the United States, or is it in somewhere else? See, that's where you need to think. I'm totally okay with if I go abroad, then.
I just set up a camera and dots. Which you already did.
I appreciate you. Bleasdale's in Canada. In Canada, what did they say? A. Doing great. It's all in the hips. It's all in the
Why don't
hips.
you go ahead and ease it on somebody?
What? Oh, never mind. I got it. Sorry. Took a second. All right, let's get Josie and get out of here. Oh, sorry about that, bud. All right. Put that here.
right, here
Are
we
the
go.
orbicals still here? Let's check. What the?
You're just flexing for me right now. You're just doing a flex.
Oh, was I flexing on you? I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah, that's
sorry.
okay.
Sorry.
Which way's the beach, bro?
I don't see an orb.
What? Where's the thermometer?
Where did it go? Oh boy. Oh, it's over. It's here now. Okay, Ghost has moved.
All right. Well,
That's why I like the orbs, man. Orbs are a nice one to get. Oh, Josie. What do we got there? All right, I'll pick you up in a second, Joe. It's a boot damn time. All right. If he's got that guy, then I'll do this.
okay.
guy.
Chat's challenging me to touch the piano.
Oh, great. Let me leave first, please.
No, it's not.
Run, run, run. He's going to touch it. He's going to touch it. Imagine if you touched it and it started hunting immediately.
It's not gonna do that. metronome so I know that I'm in time.
Oh, I like it. I don't know for the English speaking part, but the French part we have then the first floor. So you would be on the first floor. Like this would be considered the first floor? Or are you considering that the first floor when you're in Canada? No, lady. No. The second. No, we're talking about the second. We're not talking about the first. I'm very well aware who's in the first. Because they'll keep your eye on the fruit. That was Dan Aykroyd. And Dan Aykroyd's character was in the second one. He was not in the first one. The first one had Bill Murray. The first floor I walk on is the first floor. Yeah. And it says Canada uses first and ground interchangeably. Upstairs is second floor. Yeah. So yeah. So so in this house, respectfully to this house, that's the second floor. Yeah. Yeah. It'd be funny. It'd be interesting if it doesn't say it here though. Yeah. Upstairs is first floor. Not in this country. It's not. Gotta respect the countries. You gotta respect it. If you don't respect it, it's not gonna respect you.
It's definitely not an Oni. It breathed on me twice and
Okay. What does it smell like?
yeah. Victory.
Cash Tattoo's not that great. I loved it. I thought it was great. How dare you? It smelled like victory?
Wait, what?
It smelled like victory?
Victory. Like winning. Like napalm in the morning. Okay.
Napalm in the morning. I got you. America's always showing other countries the respect thing. Okay, not everybody is, but hey, there's a good amount of us that do. Okay? Not all of us. Just up. Is it outside? Ooh, it's going in and out. Watched Cash Tattoo as a kid. I used to watch the little gopher scenes over and over. I thought it was so good. It was just so funny. It's an amazing movie. It's a awesomely great bad movie, if you know what I mean. Yes, quite.
Still in this room?
I think so. I'll have to check to see if we got some herbs still here. Let's see. Yeah. It's still here. Just not doing much. Oh, it threw something? Oh, it stepped. It stepped. It stepped. All right, Bria. We got herbs and of. Okay. And you got fartballed, right?
Sure did.
Sure did.
Okay.
Banshee
UV.
Obake.
Banshee Obake. All right. Why are you of the opinion that it is not a Cormos?
Because a
crap!
I didn't see a shapeshift. I did not see a shapeshift. He might be safe. Why not a mimic? It still technically could be a mimic. I would like to try for that. There we go. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? No!
Flash. I'm okay.
Wait, what?
I'm okay. I'm fine.
No!
Son of a...
Okay. Doc, this might be a banshee.
Banshee. Okay.
Might
Noted.
be.
Oh. Well, I'll circle it right now just in case I die.
Well, here, hold
which
on,
is
hold on.
possible.
I'm gonna get a smudge, and then we'll have it hunt again, and then just see if it like comes after you. I'm gonna get a double smudge. We're gonna double smudge this motherfather. Famous last words. I need to get inside before it hunts him, because if it hunts him, then he's the target.
Hurry!
I did. I hurried. Uh-oh. What? Where was the juice? Was it upstairs? Hey, you didn't touch the piano, did you?
Yeah, I did actually.
When you do the spirit box, I thought you had to turn off all the lights, even the headlamp. No. Just the room lights. The flashlight you hold and the headlamp, totally fine. Thanks, bruh. All right, so here's the thoughts. I did not see a shapeshift. It doesn't mean it's not an Obake, but I watched it the entire way up the stairs and around. I didn't see one, so I think it might be a banshee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go get a pair of Bollocks microphone.
Okay.
And I will listen for a banshee scream.
Ah, okay. You're muffled. I can't hear you.
Banshee scream!
Is that what the banshee scream sounds like?
Listen, I went to ghost hunting school. I know what I'm talking about.
Hey, how much was that, by the way?
Wait, what was that? How much was it?
Yeah, how much did it cost?
Subscription $5.99.
It's not bad. Is the shapeshift every hunt or just a chance? Oh, crap. It's every hunt. It's every hunt. Yeah, there's a certain number of blinks after the ghost starts hunting where it will start shapeshifting. Yeah. Truthful Saints, thank you for the gifted subs, friend. Thank you.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, I'm all right, buddy.
Oh, you made it. You did it.
Let's go. Yeah, there's a certain number of blinks, and people have figured out what the blink count is. I just don't remember. If we're thinking of this correctly,
don't.
you
It'll get
should be
you
okay. Hey, you should go over that way. You should go in the other room.
You won't do it. You won't
You
do
should
it.
go
Here.
in the other room. Okay, I got this. Ready? Watch. 1.
It's not gonna hunt
2.
immediately when you start playing the piano. Sing. Oh, motherfucker! No!
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god.
Thinking event.
All right. You go over there. I'm gonna go over here. Use the board. Shut up. Oh god, I'm getting stuck. Dude, I'm getting stuck.
I can see you, man. I can.
Yar! If this is a banshee, you should be safe because I'm pretty sure it chased me down. Chase me down to the paradise. Did do a bit too much on vacation. Can't fit around the piano. Hey, dude. Smudge, Doc, Smudge! You did Smudge.
No!
That was,
my.
I couldn't go in there. The Obake shifts. Yeah, there's a specific count. It was a mimic. That was interesting.
Have the thing where you tried to hide in that closet and
Yeah.
the door would open, but there was an invisible wall?
Yeah.
That's happened to me before as well.
Yeah, that was fun. That's great. That's awesome. That's great.
Yeah.
I guess we probably should have prepped and tried to go into it first. I guess we'll do that from now on.
Yeah, that's okay. Hey, are you short on money?
Let me check.
Do you need some cash?
No, I'm okay. But thanks,
All
Mom.
right, I have $5,148. So,
Okay.
So if you need me to spot you, it's good.
I appreciate it. No, I'm okay for now. I'll let you know.
All right,
Lord
all right.
Noodles.
Hey, just so you know, the offer's there.
Thank you.
The offer's there. I mean, I'm
will.
not trying to flex. I'm not trying to flex with the money, but
I don't know.
I've got over $5,000, FlashForce.
You know, that probably wouldn't
No,
happen
no,
if
no,
you
no, no, no,
didn't,
no. Not at all.
if you didn't play the piano.
Listen to me. Listen to me. The piano's got nothing to do with it.
Hey,
You and I
know-
both
hey,
know this.
hey,
You,
hey.
I already fell for your ruse once. I'm not falling for it. Yeah.
You
What?
know,
Yeah?
if you're looking at your player card a little bit right there,
Yeah.
you know, like right under your name, it kind of looks like Hey Arnold's hair. Do you see?
Wait,
it?
what?
Like picture like a little blue hat in between there, and then his football head. Can you picture that?
Oh, I'm getting that maybe a little bit.
Put a little football in between there.
A little bit. Put football. All right.
Yeah, see what I'm saying?
What's Hey Arnold?
Well, I'll see you later. That son of a bitch. He's lying. He's a liar. Absolute liar. Fabricator. Fabricator. I don't think it's a blood man.
This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here. Take a look.
Okay.
You may be able to use it to your advantage.
I was really hopeful it was. He deserves it.
Case 1001, Gary Corrigan. Detective Ghost versus the motion sensor capture video of the ghost and capture 2 unique paranormal sounds in the sound recorder.
All right, so I can immediately cross off
Yes,
a
sir.
banshee in a day.
Banshee in a day, shitting it. Yeah. All right. Give me the things. Give me the stuff. Let's rock. Oh, it'd have been so
Let's
funny.
rock.
I want to rock.
I want to rock.
Tell
me not to play.
What?
Once the power's on, don't
Yeah.
turn on the jukebox because it'll instantly hunt you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. Turn it on.
Oh my God. Any second now. Any second now, it's gonna happen. Oh my God! The ghost just turned off the record player.
You know what it really wants.
Okay. On Dusty's trail.
Oh,
you know what I really
Dusty's
want?
trail.
What I really want is an and cheese sandwich.
Guess what? It's yours to have, sir.
Wait, what? For real?
Yeah, they brought it back.
Wait, they brought it back?
Look at that. Look right there, friend. And cheese.
Ah, yeah! Let's go.
Not a mayor.
So that was just an event thing then, I guess.
I don't know what happened. Don't seem to mind. All right. I don't know if it's in
3
here.
degrees in here.
What? How
3
cold
degrees.
is it? 3? Ooh, okay.
3.9 degrees.
That's a cold kitchen you got there, bud. Hey, turn it back on. Why do you turn off when I throw you down? On Dusty's
Trail.
I got a waffle. We're ready to go. Wait, hold on, let me throw this down. Had somebody goes and Nels in the freezer just touch the whipped cream canisters? Oh, it's because they're trying to play with Tom's yeah. Yeah, his squirty cream. Yeah. Anyway. Do I have plans about playing GTA 6 on launch? I mean, not specifically, no. Do. With the good boo guy. Doonga dagga doo. With the gobble guy. On the doo dagga doo. I think it's how it goes. Put the
Something
EMF
like that.
in
It's
the egg
a
carton?
weird meter. Yeah.
I like it.
Just in case it decides to burst some eggs and have them cook on the counter, like in Ghostbusters.
Ah, I see what you did there. Maybe the toaster, get a little goo,
Yeah.
get a little dancy. Huh?
Yeah.
Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you?
I am here.
Are you here?
Right on the other side of this thing.
Where are you? Are you here?
Right on the other side of the
Are
thing.
you near?
Yes, I'm here. Oh,
Order
I'm
up.
very near.
Where are you? Are you here? I get it! Wait, I got you. I got it.
And cheeses. Let's go.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
1 and cheese for you, sir.
What and cheese? And for you. All right, nothing. Goes being a butt. Mustard pancakes. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no pancakes you can actually pick up. You know what I should start doing? I should like really slowly start grabbing all the mustard I could and take it to the truck. I don't know where I'd hide it though. That's the problem.
Hey there.
Hey, Gary. I like it. All right, give me this guy. Give me this and this. Any upcoming games you're looking forward to? Yeah, honestly.
We got the rating in the book there.
Oh, touch it. Touch it. Order up. Nix, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Did you touch it there, bud? Oh, my lantern.
Not seeing any UV footprints.
No goovy. Here, talk to it.
Hello. Are you near? Are you close? Can you give us a sign? Where are you?
Right here.
Are you near? Are you far?
Spirit box confirmed.
What?
Spirit box confirmed. I heard it on the spirit box. It said right here. Here, you try it.
Did you actually think that was the spirit box?
No. 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 Why don't you go ahead and give it a shot?
Where are you? What did you say?
Did you get spirit box? Did you get spirit box?
No, can't say I did.
Did you get it?
Here, try again, try again, try again. Just try again, just try again. You'll be all right, you'll be all right.
okay.
Good.
Where are you? Are you near? Are you close?
Close to butting.
Wait, what did it say? It sounded like close to butt. Was that like Russian or something? Close to butt.
No, it's the guy. It's the guy that does the close to busting. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, okay. Got it.
Let's check temps. It's freezing. Oh, fart ball. Yo, fart ball. Hey, what's up, Cosmic? Thank you. So, you actually thought we had spirit box, didn't you?
No.
You were such a liar. Look at you. I
am not a liar.
I could hear I could hear it in your face hole. I heard it.
Okay, what does that even mean? First of all, why are you so tall? How about you back up a little bit?
For me, you're tall. Ew, gross. Get out of here.
What?
Oh yeah, nice try, hot shot.
What?
Nice try. I don't know how to tell you this, Doc. That ghost just tried to hunt us.
Well, apparently he's not very good at it, so we're going to be fine.
All right, I got some extra equipment and brought it to the truck.
I see that. I
couldn't find any pancakes, so I brought a waffle.
To the mustard pancakes.
Yeah. There's no pancakes, so I brought a waffle.
Fair enough. I mean, waffles are basically pancakes just with a whole bunch of holes in them.
They got pockets. Or butter pockets.
Yeah, like when my kids are like, we want waffles, I'll just make some pancakes and then just jam a pencil through them.
Got pancakes? I take a waffle and I just squish the crap out of it.
Yeah.
All right. I've got a smudgy. I'm ready to go. Let's do this.
All right. Do you think it's an aswang? Is it a swang?
I don't know. It might be a shade. It's kind of a butt head.
Could be an aswang.
Could be an aswang.
Are you in a swang?
Order up.
There you go. Whoever ordered that, they're kind of weird, but that's okay. I don't judge.
I can't. All I hear is something bouncing around over there.
I threw a knife at you. I mean, to you.
Now it's forever stuck in the wall, I think.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Bread. Let's go.
Order up.
Order up. Please pick up the knife.
Give me a ton of bread.
Please get the knife.
You know what? Just tell that guy to make the sandwich himself, okay? There. Meat, bread. Have at it.
Where's that knife? Oh my God, please.
There's a knife right here. Okay. Oh,
There we
look at
go.
that.
Got it. Order up.
It's like we're fine dicing onions or something.
Yeah. What do we have? We have this disgusting steak, an entire loaf of bread that hasn't been cut, a donut, a pretzel. What else we got? No, stop! Please take the knife now.
Wait, what?
Here, throw the knife on the ground. That knife is stupid and I hate it. It's trying to glitch through stuff. That's what's happening.
Oh, well, wait, what about this knife?
Don't you dare. Okay,
There,
never mind. That's
fine.
Okay. Pull the cards with them not knowing. No, we don't do that around here. $20, you come out of that room, that ghost tries to rip your face off.
Okay, well, I'm out of the room, and my face is still intact.
That's what you
At least for
think.
the time being. Whoa, buddy. Okay, all right.
Whoa, buddy. I'm a revenger. That's right. I waited for him to leave
where'd
the
the cards
room.
go?
They're right here. I put them on the table.
Oh, I picked them up, though. That was
Oh.
weird. All right,
What do you got there, buddy?
here we go. It's not going to be a hanged man. If it is,
It's a tower
I'm buying
guard.
you lunch. Oh no, it was the brain with the moon on it.
Oh, not the brain moon.
The brain moon. Hey, what are you doing?
Just hanging out.
Please let me in. Please let me in. Please let me in. Oh, please close the door. Please close the door.
Organics, they give the biddies. Where is it? Oh, okay, it's done. It started from further back.
Either that or it just turned and went a different direction.
Ah. 'Tis the truth. But it wasn't hunting while we were there, which is why I think it might still be in the kitchens. Alright. What did you do? There it is.
5.8 degrees in the...
Okay. Sure. Can't touch the pie. This game's stupid. What's up, Evax? How are you? Oh. Oh. I'm just gonna stand here. Hey.
What'd you do?
Just waiting on a table.
Okay. It's raining out here.
Why don't you come in here and get dry? Enjoy yourself an and cheese.
The way you said that was very alluring. Very. I see it's kind of damp outside. Why don't you come on in here and have an and cheese?
I really think it's a shade. It's one of those pull
You
doors
did
I heard
great.
about.
Okay.
I do think it's a shade. Let's go.
Oh, jeez. Oh. I just got clobbered with that door.
You're welcome.
Yep. Alright. There we go. Oh, I see my breath in this hallway. What you looking at there, guy?
I was watching you.
Oh.
What are you looking at, weirdo?
I don't like that I can't see your bottom half when you're doing that.
Okay.
Could that possibly show orbs? You
All
could
good.
see orbs that way. Yes. All right. Now it'll start hunting.
I don't think so.
I think it will. Wait for it.
I'm gonna go touch the jukebox.
Okay. This needs to be an actual poster. Why have they not done this?
Jukebox in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Here are the tunes.
Order up. See, we told you not to do it, Doc. Oh, hey.
So the first thing I did when I started running was drop my smudge stick. That was the first thing I did. So like, oh my gosh! And then just threw it aside.
And I threw it on the ground. Sounds kind of fast at line of sight. Do we not think it's a shade? I mean, I could stand in the hallway and see if it hunts. The rain is so loud. It's right here. I really do think it is. Could be wrong. What's up, bruh?
Hey, bruh. How you doing, bruh?
I'm a little late to the punch there, but we're gonna do it anyway. What up, bruh?
Nothing much, bruh.
Hey,
I'm gonna take a
bruh,
video
what
of the
you
ghost,
doing,
bruh.
bruh?
Will you listen to the language that I ruined, bruh? Oh, I got a video of something.
You might have gotten the motion sensor.
Oh.
Please to be reasonable break time. What?
What? Please to
be reasonable
to
break
be
times.
reasonable.
Is that supposed to say please do be what?
Doobie. Oh.
do
Please to be reasonable. Break Tim's. Maybe there's more on the back. I don't know. You gotta turn it over.
Break Tim's turn over. Oh, that says take. Why is it so far between the O and the B?
Please take reasonable
A.
break time. Oh.
That makes more sense.
I see. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
It's a big old stretch.
Hey, there's a lost cat reward. Well, I
Yeah.
don't want the reward. I'm not going to lose my cat. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think
Jeez,
someone
people
lost
just
a cat. They
rewarding
need your
people when
help.
they lose their cats. Oh, that makes more sense. It does. Okay.
Oh, Doc.
Uh-oh. Oh my God. I'm glad you find this amusing.
Why did it come directly to you?
I don't know. Okay, what is
So,
it and
listen.
why were you
What if this is
Okay.
actually an Aswang?
Because it would have killed me. All right, we're doing the test. The test is, so I stand in there the next time it hunts with the door wide open.
Yeah.
And it won't kill me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You know, there's another one right next to it. I think.
We both do it.
Scared me. Yeah.
All right. It's gonna be a shade.
Okay.
We're both gonna die.
It's gonna be. It's.
Because if it's not, if it is an Aswang, like what a lame ghost.
Well, I mean, it did come right to me. Although, was I making noises? I don't know if I was making noises.
Not from in there. Like I was making way more noise than you were.
Yeah, you were opening my door and making me all scared and stuff. Yeah,
Right?
I remember that well. Wait, what? Why does it look like you're getting ready to close your door? It really looks like you're getting ready to
Does
close
it?
your door.
Oh, that's weird.
Open that door, bruh. Okay. Oh!
We're doing this
So,
together.
and if I have my flashlight on, we're okay? Ah!
Doc.
Ah! Flash, it's not an Aswang!
It's a shade. It was worth it though. It was totally worth it. We knew it was a shade. It was so lame. I think it was just the timing of him smudging inside of there and the hunt ending at the most perfect time. You know, you got to admit that we knew it was a shade at heart, but we were just really hopeful it was something more interesting.
Turns out, it's a stupid shade. But we made that shade more interesting.
We did. Because what a lame-o.
Just being really stupid. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Stupid idiot, dumb face.
All right.
Stupid.
I think I got one more that I could do, FlashForce, and then I gotta go get ready for Father's Day stuff.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
So, you want to do a Camp Woodwind?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, apparently you do. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Is there a
Let's
problem
go.
with that?
Camp Wood? No problem at all. Why? Don't need to be aggressive. I mean, it's fine.
Nope. Too far. Too far. It's behind
Too
my
far?
head. Yeah, you gotta do it like this.
Okay.
Hey, Flame, thank you. I appreciate it. Joss, thank you so much for the follow. Spooky, thank you for the 10 months.
There's been no reports of violence or sightings.
Tim Anderson. Timothy. He sounded sad, as he should.
Case 1002, Mr. Anderson. Tim Anderson. Get the ghost to blow out a firelight. Prevent the ghost running with a crucifix and cleanse the area and the ghost using incenses.
Jeez. Hey.
Damn. Just giving a sniff. Got a problem?
Not a problem. Not a problem at all.
Harry, is that aftershave? All right. Banshee. Let's go. Who would soak a rope in kerosene?
Ew.
Go up! All right, let's go. No cards, thank goodness gracious. How long am I playing for? I don't know. I'm not really sure. We'll see.
There's a scapula over here in the tin with all the balls.
Don't smell it.
I'm assuming you're referring to the scap.
Sure. I heard that. Is that... It was this one. It's touching stuff in red. Mirror. Hey, what's up, Doki? What is the difference between tier 2 thermometer and tier 3? Accuracy, speed. Give me this. Give me this. Give me this. Yeah.
Hey, I'm looking to get a scholarship.
Nailed it. Excuse me.
What happened? Oh.
You took you took the video camera off my tripod.
No, I didn't.
All right. I might have been too late for that check, but we'll try again. I was literally holding it and I watched it disappear.
Okay, now I can't place the camera on the tripod. What? How'd you do that?
I took it off your tripod.
But now it's gone.
Freaking out, man. There we go. So stupid. All right. Now I'm just going to wait for this ghost to show up in your face and I'll get a photo of it.
It's not going to show up in my face.
Sure will.
It's not.
Sure will.
It's not.
Hey,
All
ghost,
right.
it touched your piano at Bleasdale.
What are you going to do about it?
It's called you.
What are you going to do about it? You're going to do nothing. You know why? Yeah. Hey, you hate light, don't you? Come on, you gonna do something?
Hey, what's up,
gonna bring
Ray?
it? Watch.
Thank you.
I'm here. Look, I'm messing with your flaps. Ooh, nice flap you got here. What? Okay.
See what you did? Not farted on me.
You're doing fine. You're doing great. Okay, I'm just gonna step out here though for a second.
Where'd that fart start? That might have been a miss. I couldn't see shit. No, it was a miss. Hi, Karumba. Would Goryo dots also show up on the photo camera? Just the video camera.
Hey.
Hey, bud. Hey. Okay. All right, I'm getting a smudge. I think things are starting to get a little spicy. Starting to get a little spicy. Let's hit record. Oh, thank you, Amadoki. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hey, Brutal. Good to see you. Quick, touch its lamp again. We tried. Nothing. It was worth a try. I've got a smudge. Just in case things go south.
Apparently it doesn't mind if I fondle its skillet.
So you fondled its skillet?
Yeah, sometimes you gotta get the ghost, get its juices moving.
Why'd you have to say it like that? Okay. It's really tough to tell where it is. Unless I do this. It's outside of the tent.
Outside the tent?
Yes. Outside of the tent. Bring a backup smudge. Hey, did you turn this light on over here?
That's a negative.
You did not turn that light on.
I did not turn that light on.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, it's 4.8 degree. Oh, wait. No, never mind. Wait. Right here, it's 4.7 degree at 3.6. Wait, now it's 6.6 degrees. What's happening?
Oh, is it around the campfire?
4.4, 9.4. Is it in the campfire?
Bro, why is it so
It is.
cold literally everywhere?
It's 3 degrees in the campfire.
I'm going to throw up. It's Camp Woodwind. I know. I know. The last time I played this, I had a ghost around the campfire as well. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. All right.
Ha
Ha ha ha. I'm gonna go get the crucifix. Hopefully this will prevent death.
Oh.
Yeah, you sounded like that grape lady.
The grape.
I didn't know how else to describe her.
Unfortunate wine-making accident lady. No, that's
Yeah,
way
okay.
too many-
Yeah, that's a little more accurate.
Yeah.
Why me? I'm just a boy. I'm dead. Dead. I tried. He wants to sing Kumbaya by the fire. No, he doesn't. He wants to choke me out. I've seen some shit. Oh my god.
Hey, boo boo.
Doc lives. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
I'm trying to get.
Hey, Flash? You okay?
How do I tell him yes?
Flash, you okay? Okay.
Seem to not be living a lot today. We're just really living on the
Flash,
edge.
if you could spell out with random objects what this ghost is by the campfire, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Pan. Oh, it's an obake because you would bake something in a pan. Oh,
Did we get any evidence at all?
is that what it is? Drop the pan if it's an obake. Drop the pan if it's a gin. Drop the pan if it's a mare. Drop the pan. Drop the pan if we have evidence. Okay. Drop a secondary if we had freezing.
Hold on.
All right, I'm just gonna go in. You know what? I'm just gonna go in there and do it. We're full save.
My man.
This is gonna take.
We know it's not a mare. Yeah, we know it's not a mare. Reason not found. Welcome in. How are you? He just used the cursed. He broke the mirror to get it to hunt, but he unfortunately got that too.
I broke the mirror and it's not. Oh, hey, Flash.
Well, found me.
How you doing, neighbor? Hey, neighbor, how's it going?
How did I get out? I
You
can't.
happen to have an extra Bunsen burner there, would you, bud?
I can't
Okay.
Oh, that was an event. Okay. I don't know how I got out of the tent before. I don't know. Whatever. You're facing out on his screen? Oh, okay. I'll have to check it later. We have zero evidence. We had none. You better, unless he has a second smudge, this ain't gonna go well for him.
I'm not moving him around the tree. That was unsuccessful.
Nailed it. First try.
Thank you. Thank you.
Revy? No, it's not a Revy.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for
Stinky
you.
Ure. Stupid ghost. So dumb. I got 50 XP for that. Let's go. I'm a winner. Stupid.
You are a winner.
Stupid dumb.
You are a winner.
Stupid ghost. Dumb. Stupid.
I don't think I lived once today. Like not even once.
Yeah, I definitely died a lot. We were trying some stuff. But you know what though? In the end, you made money.
Well, that's perfect. I blame
Earrings are
sound
broken.
issues. It just threw me off my game. You know, normally I don't die ever.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh.
Very fair, sir.
All right,
Very
sir,
fair.
FlashForce. You're
Mr.
the
Doc,
best.
no,
Thank you for having me. I apologize for the sound stuff.
Dude,
going
it's
on. I
all
don't know
good.
what
I'm
the
glad
deal
we were
is.
able to get it figured out.
Agreed. I concur. Happy Father's Day to you.
Happy Father's Day to you, sir.
Yes, and may you and your family forever aspire greater and greater heights. And always remember that as a father, it's your #1
I knew it. He was looking at the board. I knew it was going to happen. Son of a bitch. That son of a bitch. Anyway. Any Hoosiers. We're not done yet. We're still going. We're still going.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Okay. On to the solars. It makes you chuckle. I'm so glad it makes you chuckle. Stupid. Stupid. All right, let's go over here. Let's do this. Some solar phas? Yeah, we'll do some solar phas. Maybe I'll do some no evidence. Maybe. Maybe possibly. Maybe. Maybe. I could do spicy and do like some zero sanity, zero evidence. Try. Yeah, that's what someone earlier was saying, that about how Father's Day is like November 8th or something for Sweden. I did see that. I'm trying to keep my phone just near me just in case they try to give me a ring. Wild West Jesus, hello, how are you? Off for now. I'm going off like crazy. You're good. No, Phil, you're good, dude. All right. Let's do a little bit of no sanity, no evidence. And we'll start at Tangle and work our way around. Let's give it a whirl. Let us try.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Oh man, why Brim have I appreciate that. Thank you. The week was good, Flame. We were on vacation. We came back. The wife and I, the missus and I, we drove back. Just a straight shot. We didn't even stop. Well, like we stopped at gas station, whatever, but like we didn't sleep or anything. So we drove for like a straight 15 hours on the way home. So that was rough, but we got there though. And that's what matters. PSU, thank you for the 26 months. Thank you, friendo. Appreciate you. We did reach the daily. We did reach the daily. So we got to do the thing. We do got to do what to do with the do and the do. Sounds oof. It was not great. I'm not a big fan of driving long distances, but I would rather get home and sleep in our own bed. For sure. I think that was the biggest part of it, was just getting home so we could sleep in our own damn beds. Oh, Spaghetti, thank you for the 20 months. 20 months of watching spooks and other good stuff. I appreciate you, friend. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. We're not wasting time today. I don't even know where the hell where's the... Oh, pumpkin. Just straight cinnamon. Family do anything for Father's Day? I did get a #1 dad trophy, and I was made breakfast and lunch today. And then the missus was driving our eldest to camp. So I could stay back and stream. So yeah. So she's doing that for sure. Mr. Doc, hello, sir. Just in time. I'm so glad you're here. Mr. Doc. Mr. Doc, thank you so much for the raid, sir. I'm glad we were able to get the audio stuff figured out, man. God, that's really annoying. I know what that's like. And that's why I was like, I'm willing to do whatever you want to do to figure it out. So I'm glad that it was figured out. But hello, friends. Hi, I hope you had a blast hanging with Mr. Doc. Dark Tater, thank you for the 5 months. Why do you sound doubled? Can we get a ban on Doc, please? Okay, where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Oh, pumpkins. Great. Good, great, grand. Son of a bitch. I see what he did there. I see what he did there. Hold on, let me mute the in-game audio. It's very windy when you're at Tanglewood. I don't know why that is. It is what it is. What flavor is it? It's pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie, but it definitely, it's not what you think. It is not what you think. Like, it doesn't taste as good as it sounds. Let me just put it like that. It does not taste as good as it sounds. That sucks. Yeah, it does. Agreed upon. Was hoping it would be better. I know. Is it better than ranch? Oh, they're all better than ranch. Every single one of them are better than ranch. All of them. Yeah. Pumpkin pie. Delicious. Great. Ow. Even dirt. I would rather drink dirt than ranch. Yeah. Yeah. Black Molo, what's up? Favorite fast person. Finally see you live. Welcome in. A straight pumpkin flavor might be. You'd think it would be good. You would think it would be good. And they're not. They taste awful. They taste terrible. So I do have some coffee left. So I can wash it down with something. It's fine. Buy some ranch soda. You should give it a try and then let me know what you think. Just let me know. Yummy. It smells like straight cinnamon, dude. I can't do it. I hate like big red gum. And that's what that tastes like. It tastes like big red gum. Delicious. Cap, thank you for the 12 months, dude. Ugh. I bet if I liked big red gum, that would actually be okay. That's what that tastes like. Ugh. So not pumpkin so much as cinnamon. It tastes like cinnamon. Yeah, it tastes like cinnamon. That's a big no thanks. Yeah, that's a big no thanks to me too. Hi, Caramba. Reason not found. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, friend. All right. Let's get back to the Phas things. Shall we? If you like Fireball, yeah. All right, we're okay. All right, let's pause this. Let me turn the volume of the game back up so you can actually hear it. There we go. All right, we're doing some no sanity, no evidence. Dave Belfield. Let's go. Let's go. We're doing a little bit of spice because it's nice. A little bit of spice because it's nice. All right, I've got this. What do we have? We have video camera, firelight. All right, let's do this. We should be good for now. Let's try. How do you always keep up? Wait, what do you mean how do I always keep up? Headlamp? I'm not going to do it right now because we do have the ability to turn on lights with this multiplier. Okay. Start in the garage. stay on track with streams and vids. Just dedication, the love for it. Because it never feels like I'm working. It always feels like I enjoy every bit of it. Hello? Interesting. Not a shade. Sound like it turned back. I don't think it's a yokai either. Interesting. Oh, I hate you. Oh my god. You suck. The reason we know it's not a shade is because it was in the same room with me and blew out a firelight. That's how we knew. There we go. I just realized I had Doc in the title still. Sorry. Yeah, he just departed. Yeah. And if y'all are not following Mr. Doc, obviously you don't watch many of my videos or streams. I wouldn't call that a Yurei. No, you're good, Joe. No, you're good. I forgot to take him out of the title for now. Yeah. The ghost is a male. Sounds like a Dave. Hey, get out of here. Jerkhole. No. Sound like that would look like that was a chasing event to me. Not a Cormos. It's a normal speed ghost. Yurei's definitely possible, but I wouldn't just say it's a Yurei. You know what I mean? Might have to smudge it and try that way. Big. You know what? Let's bring this back here. Go ahead, start hunting. Found Doc because of you and every other Midnight City member too. I was introduced to Chiba, was hysterical. How were you introduced to Cheebs? Did you move the door the first time? The ghost did. Yeah, Ghosty did. I still taste cinnamon. Not very enjoyable. Not enjoyable indeed. Carrie, thank you, friend. You showed the clip of him eating the Kraft cheese ball. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's psycho behavior. I find it awfully interesting, Ghosty, that you're just, I don't know, you feel very passive now. Yeah, we'll leave it on. It's fine. Chiba's favorite snack. All right. We are going to smudge it this time. Oh, his stupid clip where he added the crunch sound. Ugh. Ugh. Not a yokai. I wish that the headlamp, when it's not on, would not show the light. Like, you see how the light is at the top of my screen? I wish that that wasn't there. Because then you know for sure. Because I have to, like, look at the wall just to be sure that it's not on. You had a cheese ball snack that worked the other day? What the hell? What the hell? All right, give me another one of these. Give me another one of those. Bring another one of these just in case. Very normal ghost. Not a Cormos? No. Definitely not. Right now I'm testing the smudge time. So what I could do is take this guy, go sit here like this. Actually, give me this. Let's stare at the front door. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be fine. We can stare at the front door. So, there we go. Ghosty is not a Banshee, not a Dian, right? Not a Hantu. It's not... I don't know about a mare. That's hard to say. I didn't watch it long enough to say not a Baki. I think it's too loud for a Myling. Not an Oni, not a Phantom. Not a Revi, not a Moroi. Literally right at 90. Speed stayed the same. Speed did not change once. It's not a Wraith. It's not a Galu. It's not a Dio. It's not a Spirit. Not a Raiju. I have a... Wait, do I actually... I don't have an electronic in here, do I? I don't think it's throwing enough to be a Pulti. Hi, Norm. I don't think it's throwing enough. I don't think so. Onryo is possible. The whole Ure thing is possible. It's tough with the Ure because the Ure is kind of broken right now. That's what's hard. The Ure is borked. Let me know if we can do something later. Thank you, Mr. Song. I'll keep you posted, sir. That guy there. I would love for it to shut the front door. You know how great that would be? That'd be great. Oh, yeah, not a shade. Oh, yeah, yeah. I ruled that out earlier. Not a Raiju. It's close enough. Not a Thay, not twins. Probably not a Mimic. I'd say probably not. Not a Yokai. I don't think it's throwing enough to be a Pulti. Not Demon. Is it the... I always forget this. Is it the Aswang or the Cormos that is a normal speed when it's hunting? Isn't the Aswang like a little slower? Like 1.5? Bitch. You think between Mare and Goryo? I mean, it hasn't left its room yet. The Aswang speeds up fast with line of sight. Yeah, yeah. I don't think it's an Aswang. I don't think so. Shut up. Put that there. And let's stand over here. Give her a whirl. If it eats that crucifix with that lantern there and me here like this. You're not even visible, you piece of shit. There we go. Not very active with the fire. It's blown out the fire once, twice, 3 times a lady. Hold on. That's questionable. I don't know how I feel about that. Can I get this in time? Maybe. Pretty sure as hell try. Bitch. Let's try this again. Yeah, I don't think it's an Andrea. I think it was just by chance. I think that was by chance. Let's bring this over here. Oh, so stupid. I think it just really started to get active on the tail end of it. Same place. It's not no bombo. Oh, unfortunately, Ure's on the table. Unfortunately. No light bursting events. Not a Bake either. We don't think so, but it could just be bad luck. Like if I'm not watching it at the right time when it shapeshifts, that's definitely possible. Would you shut up? All right, we have double smudge. All right, let's go to the table. I'd say Nanobake now. Yeah, we would have seen a shift by now. No way. No way. No shot. Air check. Don't know. I think we just have a lame-o ghost. I think that's what it is. Well, it was losing me. It was. It loses line of sight around the table. Probably just a lame Goryo. I think it's too loud for a Myling. I think so. What is my favorite ghost? A Mimic. It has not switched rooms. Or it's hunted almost every time from the garage. Almost every time. Right now I'm thinking Goryo or Ure. Let's try. If it doesn't land, it doesn't. We knew it wasn't a gym before, but that was literally the first time it cut the power. Literally the first time it's got the power. Twitch chat is dead today. Isn't that the first message you've said today? And the last time you were here, you only sent one message? Interesting. When do you go get your tattoo? Wild West, I'm still working on it, man. Still working on it. Bruh. I didn't do a smudge timer. Shit. I'm about to go Goryo and leave. Mayor still on the cards? Yes, but it's, I mean, I'm hoping on the ability, right? It's going to be a Ure. I escaped from the basement. Oh, Baron's basement. Oh, yeah. What's up, Ren? Thank you. I appreciate it. Jesus Christ. All right. It did like the breaker for a second. Yep. Me and Norm are out of here. Ends up still being a mimic, I swear to God. I swear.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Interesting. Very interesting. I would not have had that happen if the ghost did not event on me at the front door. Now, because the Ure has been so unreliable, it says it used its ability 11 times. Did it? Did it really? I don't think so. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. What would be the odds of a mimic choosing all normal ghosts, though? Pff, it's possible. It is absolutely possible. I saw the garage door like twice. And I didn't hear any other door slams outside of that. Yeah. Ay caramba. Ay caramba. Well, anyway, moving on. Let's go to Edgefield. Jesus. Time to get ready for work. See you, Night Raptor. Have a good one, friend.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before
All right, let me check and see how the missus and the kiddos are doing.
The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object.
Let us see.
Maybe using it to help your investigation.
Hey, thank you for the prime, dude. Appreciate you. All right. Music off. Let's go. Billy, Billy, Billy. Billy, Billy, Billy. I have it set to fog, so if it's ever not fog, it's going to be blood. Yeah. It'll be blood, man. All right. Banshee, Diane, we need... I don't want you. Parabolic, repel, capture a photo. Care about the photo right now? Maybe, maybe not. We'll bring a camera in just in case it shows its face. But I always like to double the smudges on this one anyway. So let's bring all that crap inside. There we go. I got a Pulte without me getting evidence. Main reason I walked in the house and went in the kitchen and threw everything. See, those are the good ones. That's the good stuff. All right, you know what? Give me these two. Let's do this. All right, I'm ready. Get that for the electronic. And let's go. Oh, wait. Now we go. Almost made a boo-boo. So this is 0 sanity, 0 evidence, so the ghosty can hunt me immediately. calling downstairs. I think you're wrong. I'm gonna try to get a Pulte bomb in the shower at some point with all the items. Oh, on Point Hope. Links look normal. We haven't watched it enough to call off an Obake. So open up. It definitely didn't speed up near the EMF though, so it's not a Raiju 100%. But we'll let it hunt again and we'll smudge this time. Another normal ghost? I think so. I think so. I don't think that was fast. Saw him sticking out of the wall. Spicy. All right, smudge timer is going. We'll see if it's a possible lead de mont. Let's get some salt, get another crucifix, get the other smudge. It was very close in between. That did seem fast, right? I hear it upstairs. Lay that down. All right, I have 26 seconds. We'll lay that over there. I'm gonna bring in 2 firelights. That way I can go up to the room and lay them down whenever we get the time. But for now, we will place them in here. Now, if it is a demon, it can hunt us now. Regular ghosts are 90 seconds, spirit is 180, and the demon is 60. So let us see. The turn was weird before the smudge. I don't know. $90. I wouldn't say no, demon. It's just unlikely, demon. It could be lazy and decide not to hunt me right away. Could absolutely still be a demon. Oh my god. Not a yokai, I don't think. I think it came. Let's go upstairs. Let's go upstairs. Probably not a spirit. No, it definitely is not because it hunted under the time. All right, where you at, bruh? That man's got no paint. All right, so you're pooping in here. I heard chuckery. Where did I hear the chuckery? Hey! No breath anywhere, which sucks. Is that over here? Where do I hear this? Hello? Let's get a crucifix up here. Give me. No. Give. Okay. Give me that. Where's it hunting from? I kind of want to wait here and just listen. Female ghost? No, it's a male. It's a male ghost. Hey, bro, what's up? How are you? Scamper! Thank you for the 28 months, homie. Come on. Any day now. Nothing. Okay. Oh my God. Imagine if it's a shade in the hallway. I'm cool with going with shade. It being that passive, like, come on. No way. No way. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Crow, thank you for the biddies. Relentless, thank you for the biddies. You had a spirit timer going? Well, I had a spirit timer going as well, but it went under. It was at like 90 seconds. No. It was at like 90. So if it is a shade, I'm not playing with that. No. We're going to stick with it and just be hopeful. Mimicry? I don't think so. Could be.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
There's some jobs ready for you.
Sitting in the room with it. That's why I was doing nothing. And the second that I left the room, it hunted. Shade. Shocker. Next. Next.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get
Stupid.
set up before
Hallway shade. Yeah. Upstairs Edgefield hallway shade.
to report,
I'll pass.
but it looks like whoever was here
No,
left
thank
in a
you.
hurry.
All right. Let's go. Let's see. Sandra Jones, we need to cleanse the ghost, repel the ghost, and take photos of the ghost. So let's do this. We need 3 unique photos. Okay. Well, let's bring this for an electronic. Getting all the fun ghosties. Yeah. Yeah. All the fun ones. Ure, shade. That means this is going to be a Goryo. That's what this means. Incoming Goryo. Actually, let's keep that near us. If this goes off randomly. Dying. Yep. I think so. All right, let's go get this. No, not a Revy, Diane. It's moving based on my movement. So when I wasn't moving, it was slow. But whether it was above me or below me, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's still, it still was speeding up whenever I was near it. So unless it decides to be a mimic, which would really suck. This. It's doing stuff through the floor. I just heard it do it over there. No, not a Cormos doesn't like that. The Cormos is the one that can't see you. It's got to be that guy. Cleanse, repel, and capture 3 photos. Okay. Well, I can cleanse it on this one. And then I could probably get an EMF photo here, but then we need to find the bone. Find a bone. She's dying to see you. I hate it here. I hate it. Every ounce of my being. Love the Noivy runs. I like doing them. I don't like doing them all the time. I think it's still good to do things intermittently, but to do them every now and then, it's enjoyable. It is. It's fun to challenge yourself. And when Ether Cruci? Hey, what's up, Poison? Damn. Okay. I was really hopeful. Knock all 3 photos out in one shot. Apparently not. Are we just keeping the Easter? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know when that's getting removed. We've had that since Easter ended and it has not left. Yeah. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. It's okay. It'll eventually leave one of these days, Alice. One of these days. Features. Stupid features. Come on, Ghosty. Just in time for the next Easter event. Well, I really hope it doesn't stay that long. I sure hope not. What's up, Ryan? Ghost. What are your thoughts on Kinetic going radio silent? Oh, I've already talked about that. I said that I think it's a huge misstep that they haven't really been very vocal. It's been a problem in the past for sure. And I think it still is an issue where they just, yes, they acknowledge that things need to get fixed. However, it just goes silent. Yeah. I don't have a cursed object. No cursed. Got that ass. Did I get on the first one? Oh, no, I missed the first one. I got it on that one. Yeah, get rid of that guy. Got the objectives, got the ghost. Yeah, let's get out of here. Hey, Rev, what's up? Ay, caramba. Maybe they focused on fixing all the jank instead of fixing all the minor environmental issues. Oh, I'm sure. I can only imagine that's part of it. It's just the whole not keeping people updated. Like, hey, this is what's going on. Basically like a weekly, hey, here's a recap of like what we're working on and what's been fixed. Yeah, I think that's been missing for sure. Agreed upon. All right, Diane, let's go. Let's go. Getting jitty with it. Hello, how are you? The jank makes it fast. Yeah, but there's only so much you can take.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Yep. Diane. I'm not worried about perfect game. If I can get objectives in Ghosty, awesome. That's really the main one. So, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Hey, what's up, Prime Wolf? How are you? Oh, at moments, yeah. Yeah, at moments for sure. Like the card, me too. This was one of the Twitch drops from some time ago. Yeah. I don't know where my kinetic one has gone. Have I been booted already? Was I not told? Shit. Well, shit. There we go. There we go. What's up, Lola? Happy Father's Day, Poison. We appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. See you, Wraith. Have a good one. Hope they fix it for the horror update. We just don't know when it is. That's probably the biggest thing, not knowing when that stuff's going to happen. I just don't like how you're trying to get media and your hand is sticking out like you're trying to give a handshake. It's, yeah, visually it's a little oof. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we know. Oh, everybody knows for sure. I am thinking about prestiging. It's just, I don't know if I want to. I don't know. Right now, if I do it now, then I have to deal with that going back to the prestige again. And it will take even longer because the last time I prestiged, we did it during a double XP. So, yeah. I don't know. Either way. All right, let's go to Nels. Hubby's currently taking his Father's Day nap after the Chinese he requested. Oh, Chinese sounds great. Sounds great. The missus has offered to make sandwiches for dinner, so that's what we're going to be doing. Will it automatically prestige for you? No, you can choose. You can choose not to prestige. So if you get to level 100 and you don't want to prestige, there's no, you have to. You're fine. Yeah, all's well. All right, Nels, Jennifer Young, capture video, blot the firelight, and motion sensor. Check here, see if we have a possible mimic anywhere. This is the only two places that have cameras inside that we can check. I don't really rely on those. It's not a lot of information to be had. So let's go inside and get a lookie at the ghosties. Do you still get stuff after Prestige 20? No, you get nothing. You get nothing. What is the perk of prestige? If you haven't prestige yet, all the way up till 10, you get extra loadout slots. After the extra loadout slots, what a hooker. After the extra loadout slots, then you just get more ID cards. Maybe late on the topic, but I was watching the VOD from yesterday. Me and my boyfriend just watched Maternal Instinct because we love crime documentaries. And we can just say, oh my God, if you take recommendations, still I recommend The Perfect Neighbor. Okay, I did see that. I haven't watched it, but I saw that it was on there. And yes, I will absolutely write it down. Hey, the breaker's here. Nice. But yes, I will write that down for sure. I heard it over there. Writing queso, smothered chicken, broccoli, mac and cheese for dinner, another request of his, but also fits my pregnancy cravings. Fair. Is it juggling? Oh shit. That hunt sounded short. What in the hell? That hunt felt very short. New to Faz, any good tips to identify the ghost and stay alive? Well, those are two separate occasions. Two separate things to worry about. Figuring out the ghost and staying alive. Because staying alive is all about just knowing where to hide, where to go, understanding what hiding spots are. Figuring out the ghost, I mean, that's purely evidence-based until you start trying to dive into what ghosts can do, what they can't do, attributes, that kind of stuff. Still surprised I haven't seen anyone playing. God. I can't believe it walked over there. It's been crawling the entire time. This ghost sucks. It does not get Dusty's trail. No. It has not earned the right for Dusty's trail. Oh, my wife's calling me. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta answer. I gotta answer. Okay. I was catching up on the things. They were letting me know about the drop off and all that jazz. No, it had nothing to do with the pumpkin. No, it was the drop off for kiddo at camp. Yeah. All right. Anyway, where were we? I don't even remember what the hell was going on. What is this ghost? It came directly to me. I can't really do the smudge timer anymore. Do this. Let's get more shit. Oh, he's super excited. He's really, really excited for it. He's done it twice before, so this is his third time. Hope the kid has fun at camp. Camp counselor. Yeah, he's excited. Do this, do this. The littles, I'm sure the littles are actually going to be more annoyed than anything because he was a really good buffer. He was a really good buffer for them. So those two will probably be at each other's throats, and it's okay. Which ghost slams the front door? It's the Ure outside of an event or a hunt. All right. What an asshole. It turned the power off again. What is the best equipment? What equipment do you use the most? Gotta pay the electric bill? I did. Oh, shit. Definitely not a gin. No, definitely not. Let's go sucks. We have ads coming in like a minute, friends. Just a heads up. I'll try to get a hunt in before then. Okay. some myling? Yeah, we're gonna say myling. All right, let's say myling and go back to the main lobby so that way we can get away from the ads. That is our goal. All right, hopefully we won't miss it. We should be okay. Keeper of Chaos, doing well, friend. How are you?
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for
Super
you.
quiet. Yep. Super quiet. That's how we knew. All right. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I have ghostwriting, but the ghost slammed the front door before I was in the house. It's possible that you were standing outside of the house, but you were very close. There's sort of an issue right now on some of the maps where if you're standing really close to the front door, the ghost might try to hunt thinking you're inside. So I don't know what's up. I don't know what's going on. It's been happening a lot. It shouldn't be happening. Really, they were supposed to have cut that out, and anybody trying to cheese and trying to go in and have the front door shut and them not get stuck, get pulled into the map. But it doesn't work like that anymore. Yeah. Gonna go weed the garden out a bit. Oh, let's go. When are you guys playing Mecha Chameleon again? Hopefully very soon. Possibly tonight? Maybe? Happy Father's Day. Thank you, friend. Thank you. We might play it tonight. Just a bunch of dads playing Mecha Chameleon. Yeah, we'll see. I know that Chinggis and Baron have both expressed interest. Like I told them while I was on break, I was like, dude, I want to play that game again very soon. There's stuff that I haven't known about, like how to change the different style of paint that you're doing, if it's metallic or not, all that stuff. I haven't seen any of it. So we will see. All right, minute 20 and then we're back at it. I'm probably going to go back to a normal game. Actually trying to get the fiance into playing again today. Ooh, good luck. Is that front door feature affecting certain maps or all? I don't know. I don't think it's happening to all, but it might be. Oh, there are different maps. Yeah, there are. There's custom maps that I haven't tried yet. So our goal is to give them a whirl. To give them a whirl. Mr. Tater Cheap. That says 53 months. What the hell, Tater? What happened? What happened? 53. How's it been this long? Mr. Tater, I hope you're having an amazing... We got old. We did get old. I hope you're having a great Father's Day, sir. I hope you are. Did the little get you anything? If they didn't, we can have a stern talking. Yeah. I saw a few good ones on YouTube. I did too. Or I saw, it was like a couple clips on TikTok of like these really cool looking maps. Again, like the Minecraft one and some of the other ones. Yeah, we're definitely going to give them all a shot. I saw it affect you on Tanglewood and wondered whether it was only affecting that map. Oh, it's happened in other maps too. It just happened to me and Doc at Nell's. What did I get for Father's Day? My daughter made me this trophy. I have a shelf of Father's Day things from the past. It will go on there right next to my Dundee. Right next to my Dundee that says best dad. Yep. All the good stuff. All right. We're going to go back to normal hunts. Let's do some more normal hunts. Isn't it great? Oh yeah. And the air guitars from my sons. Oh yeah. The ones that got me something cool. No, my wife got me a massive, she got me that like super huge clamshell that had the blanket in it from Sam's Club. Because I'm a nerd and I like VHSs. She did a way better. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, she did a really good job with that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I don't think that she crafted this herself. I think she painted it herself. But she did a damn good job at painting it though. I'll give her that. Damn fine job. All right, how about you guys decide where I go? Let's do that. All right, friends. 1 through 14. Where are we going? You decide. You decide. I know you're good at Phas, but I've also seen people playing this game called Demonology. Are you sure it's called Demonology? Or is it not called something else? Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. The Roblox game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I won't be playing Roblox. Sorry. No. No, I choose not to cater to predatory platforms like that. Sorry. Yeah, that's never going to happen. Kev, thank you so much for this 16 months, dude. There is a tater chip here. There is. Did you smell him? Tater, oh, I'm so sad. Tater, on our trip back, so we had like a 15-hour drive back from Florida, from vacation. There was like the smallest little food shack. It was literally called Taters, but we drove by it so fast. So fast. Oh, I was so sad, man. Are we ever going to get more content? For what? All right. Prison? All right, let's go to prison. I'm down, Charlie Brown. I see what it is. Father's Day, prison. I get it. I get it. I saw a game that looked like Phas, but with aliens. But with aliens. Are we ever going to get more content for Phas? I mean, one could only assume so. Unknown species? That was like Phas, though? I'm trying to think of what was like Phas with aliens. I'd love to see Flash revisit Blueprints someday. I would like to. We played it for like a day, and then at that time, there was a bunch of other games that came out, like around that area. Finally got around to playing Hellmart. Hellmart was a good one. I enjoyed that. Is there a bug with ghosts spawning on top of you in an official hiding spot if you're in their room? If it's Tanglewood, yes. I've definitely seen that. I've been in a closet, and the ghost has spawned in the closet with me. That should not be happening. No, definitely not. Hey, Power Locket, good to see you. All right, well, let's go to prison. It's Father's Day. That makes sense. Re-download it until dawn. Nice. Ever played Folklore Hunter? No, I have not. I have not. If you guys ever have games to suggest, I do have a suggestion channel in Discord, by the way. Just a heads up. It is now just a general suggestion channel that you guys can put tags on it, whether it's a suggestion for the stream, a game, the Discord, whatever it might be. You name it. UFOphilia and species unknown is what they're talking about, I think. Well, species unknown doesn't feel like Phas at all, like anywhere close to Phas to me. Yeah, I don't relate the two in any way. Silent 2. Nice. Very nice. Favorite is watching The Other Side. I wish I could play it because the hotel is much better. The Other Side's a good one too. We've been I don't know what it is about Outbreak and Mecha Chameleon. Those two are the hot commodities at the moment for us. If we put something in there previously without tags, should we do it again or edit? I don't think you can put something in there without tags. Because this is a newer suggestion channel. I don't know if you can actually post without tagging. I think you have to tag. I think so. Okay. Why do you use tier 2 Sandy meds? Because I just never upgraded them to 3. Yeah, it's not like I'm purposefully choosing that. I just haven't upgraded when I should have. I'm above level 100. All right, see if we get some bonus orbs. That'd be great. It was the old one. I was assuming old suggestions would be missing then. Yeah, because it's a newer channel, it's a different type of channel. I couldn't merge it. All right. No bonus orbs. I'm sad. All right. Well, time to go walk around for an hour. Any tips on finding the ghost in the prison map? The parabolic microphone is your friend. For sure. So we're going to walk in here and possibly get lucky with a breaker that might be near the front door, but the parabolic microphone is where it's at. I have not played the Dark Hours. No. No, I have not. I haven't. But yeah, walk in, immediately turn it on. Oh, hello. Oh my God, what the hell? If the breaker's here, dude, I don't... Oh, that would have been so convenient. Do I just go ahead and ask? I kind of just want to ask. This could be death. It could be death, but I think it's worth it. Where are you? Goodbye. You heard the planchette go up, right? That was some bullshit. So very interesting. So instead of telling me where it was, slightly slower? I don't think so. That speed sounded pretty normal to me. Yeah, I heard the planchette move as well, but I asked where it was. It didn't move, and there was an EMF too. So, and then it hunted. Before the board even broke, it started hunting. So it heard me. It just chose not to respond, which is a fun new feature that I wasn't aware existed. Okay, let's get these and go back inside. I'm not taking sanity. F it, man. It's fine. Archmage, hello, friend. Safe from tornadoes for now. Oh my God. Archmage, was it you that posted the pictures in Discord of the tornadoes? Made it. Let's go. I'm gonna get another flashlight. It was not. Who posted those? Somebody put Nader pictures in there. Who was that? Oh, it was Amber. Oh, that's who it was. Amber posted the Nader pictures. Oh my God. It looked cool. They're crazy, right? Haven't had any here. The sirens just went off not long ago. Oh, be safe. Be safe, be safe, be safe. All right, let's bring another flashlight. And I don't feel safe. Yeah, bad storms hitting you. On our way back from vacation, we drove through some pretty awful storms. There was a flash flood that we drove into that was great. Had a real fun time with that. Any evidence? Not right now. Not yet. Red Riot, thank you for the 8 months. Not yet. Freaking bone. Glad in the UK we don't get crazy weather. Yeah, but it's like, but it's always sad there. Wait. Maybe. I'd love for her to F off. Did it just do a banshee scream? Did I hear that? I'll explain everything. I'll explain everything. I think so. I think I did too. F you. We're out of here. So, there were some suspicions happening. The ghost felt like it was stalking. But what it did was it went from over here, somewhere, either here, over there, whatever. And it came this way, all the way into this room. And I was like, okay, it's stalking me. But there was no EMF anywhere. When the Banshee stalks the player, it goes to the player's location, but does not leave an EMF. The Phantom does. And I swear, I'm pretty sure that I heard a Banshee scream in the middle of the hunt. I think so. We're about to find out. I think it's worth a leave.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
And yes, you can hear the Banshee scream during a hunt. You certainly can. Nice. Nice. That gets us out of prison. I ain't upset. It was a tiny squeak. It was a squawk. I knew I heard it. It's just, it's so like the ghost itself is so loud when it's hunting. It was difficult to hear it. Can confirm it happened? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. I've only ever seen you play this game. What other games do you play? How long have you watched me stream? Because I've got a YouTube with a playlist, well, multiple playlists of all the other different games that we play. Yeah. I mainly watch the YouTube. Interesting. Because if you go to the YouTube, hold. Yeah, because if you go to the YouTube and you click on videos, you go to the YouTube and click on videos, and you scroll down, you'll see the different games that I play. You'll see Phaz, but then you'll see other stuff in there as well. Outbreak. There's whatever this bear game was that was stupid, but funny. Maze Bound. Other Side. Yeah, it just depends. But we sprinkle all kinds of stuff in there. Yep, just got to pay attention to it. Sid, thank you for the 10 months. Hey, friend. The cake. Yeah, I did the cake game. I'm so afraid to play Grafton. I don't play Grafton like ever, but the reason is because I know that it's really jacked up at the moment. Let's go to Maple Lodge. Let's go to Maple Lodge. Vitals, how are you? Vital Supreme, I mean, sorry.
Check the equipment and get set up before
Doing good, friend.
investigating.
Doing well.
Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had
Happy
reports of
Father's Day.
violence,
Thank you.
and it looks
I
like they
appreciate
left
it.
in a hurry.
Yeah, I bet they did. I see no orbs. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Let's go. It's Gary though. Well, no Banshee this time. No Banshee, no die-in, sound recorder, parabolic, and motion sensor. Okay. Well, let's do it. What's wrong with Grafton? Lots of it, like, there's got to be memory leaks or something with that map, because when you play on it, A, it's super dark, per the usual. However, besides that, it's just laggy, which is really, really unfortunate. Maybe not happening for everybody, but definitely happening to a few of us. Body's open. Oh, I'm not looking. Sorry. Lots of rustlings. Enjoying the content. I don't really watch the lives anymore. Keep it up. I appreciate it, Whiplash. Yeah, I'll still keep hosting for sure. No plans on stopping. Sorry, blue cornhole players. You're out of here. Is it a bug that it takes so long for the second piece of evidence to appear on nightmare difficulty? It's not a bug. It's just annoying that it might feel like it takes a long time. All right. What the hell's our cursed object? There's our boy. High toe. All right. Nothing. Is it by the cabin? Yep. God damn it. What a dingleberry. It's in the cabin. Got your first Oswong. Nice. What a turd. Ghosty, where are you? Okay. I had a Chromos on this map that beelined it for me, and my friend never figured out what noise was being made. Oh my god. I still don't feel fully comfortable with the new Ghost, which is, I think, a really good thing. I don't want to. It didn't even record. Oh, you can eat a butt. Wow. Okay. Okay. Oh, hey. I was wondering where the breaker was. There we go. Love for it to give us a little chatter. Did I even see what the cursed possession was? Oh, it's probably the cards. Oh, no. You know what? F this. Drop this. Drop this. Give me this. F it. We're double smudging. Let's go. F it. Found the sound recorder to be really temperamental since the update. It is. Oh, it is. Boner Jam? I see you. Yeah, I think it might be the cards. I don't want it. I don't want it. Would you just do something on the parabolic, you douche? Hey, what's up, Epic? How are you? Yeah, it's the cards. If it'll just talk, I'll drop this and grab the cards. Oh, God, I was almost stuck. The cards are not our friends, and you know that. Cards are stupid. Cards are dumb. All right, keep this open just in case they need me. Cursed objects are our friends. No, it's... There you go. I like cursed objects when they're fun, but cards solo, they're meh. You'll see. You'll see. Why is my least favorite the summoning circle? Because it feels like more times... more times than not, the ghost starts hunting before you even finish the circle. And it really sucks. Hey. I don't want any. No. Go away. Trey, piece of crap. Trey, idiot. Oh, wait, there's a wall. Okay, we're good. I'm going to let it hunt again. Cards have never done you wrong. Lies. I'll go the ghosties. They're not bad. They're not bad. They're really not. They've been fine. When I started going over 10 no Sandy, no evidence there for a little bit, they were not okay. And it's hunted. Maul, thank you for the 9 months. You're slow, right? Are you done? Good gravy. Oh. Jiminy Christmas. All right. Now, Ghosty sounded a bit slow. Did it not? Like, just slightly slow. I felt like that line of sight speed was kind of fast. I could be wrong. I don't know if I trust that it's not swung, but listen to how that's getting there fast. pretty convinced. That speed up? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Here. Eat that. Go get yourself something nice. Not twins? No, I don't think so. Oh, I do. Listen, we could do the true test. This is the exact same test as I did before. The exact same test. Literally identical. This is when I tested it for the first time. I went into the potty and just sat here. If it's not, well, then we'll figure it out real quick. Well, our sanity was gone anyway. I'm a little fearful to draw more cards. Because if I get a sun card, then it's going to take 15 years for it to hunt again. And I don't... It is my safety toilet. Thank you, Ribs. Okay. Hey, Royzen, what's up? How are you? Missed when the cards were up close. It just looked nicer. I want to... It's got to hunt again soon. It's got to hunt again soon. It's not funny. Shut up. Can they just revert and go back? Well, I mean, I feel like if they were interested in that, they would have done that already, wouldn't they? I'm not at 0 sanity. I'm at 25. E-Joy, what's up? How are you? Xavier, good to see you. Here it comes. Well. Just as we expected. You know what? Those cards are staying right there. And that toilet's getting shut. Let's get out of here. Nailed it. Let's go home. Wait, Toe. I almost forgot Toe. Damn right. Stupid toilet cards. Stupid toilet cards. Never had the guts for that. It's the second time we've tried that. I wouldn't do. I mean, although I guess I have done it before like that. I normally wouldn't just go for that unless I was pretty confident that it was an Aswan. Although the roulette of it, of like it possibly being one, and you just go for it, is still kind of fun. You never know. All right, that ghost got to our hiding spot and stopped hunting. Let's go. What is the story about Toe? Toe exists because of the 2023 Halloween event.
There's some jobs ready for you.
Yeah, that's when the little guy was first introduced. Nice. Super nice. Can a mimic do that? If it mimics an Aswang, yes. I've never had that. Not yet, anyway. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let me check this. Oh, man. Juju, I don't know if you're here, friend. Thank you for sending me the clips. I can't wait to go watch that back. Oh, my God. The timing of Doc when I said he touched the piano and I left and about him getting hunted was so good. What do you do when you lose all your money in this game? Stop dying. Got you covered. Any advice? I got you. I got you, boo-boo. One hell of a risk to take for a mimic. Trying to think what the mimic could possibly be. Yeah, it's kind of rough. Kind of rough. Gonna turn that plushie into a mummy. What the hell? Turn into a mummy. Imagine thinking it's an Oswong, you do the test, and the mimic changes to a Dio. Well, it would be funnier if you were closer to the ghost and it started hunting as the Dio. Yeah, that would actually be pretty good. What is the best way to get better at this game? Play it. The more you play, the better you're going to get. The more adapted you're going to get to the maps, figuring out what the ghosts are, getting used to getting evidence. You get faster over time. The more you play. The more hours you get in this game, naturally you should just be getting better. But there are other tools that are available if you are looking to deep dive just a bit more. Like if you use the unofficial cheat sheet, it shows you a lot of information that you can learn that you might not learn as quickly in game, but you could learn it in game. It's just be a lot of trial and error is all. Need to go to bed. Good night, dude. Appreciate you. Matt, thank you so much for the 5 months. Thank you so freaking much, friend. Appreciate the sub. What is my favorite sport? I don't know. I don't know if I have a favorite sport. Let me check. Time-wise, we're good. We're okay for now. First Chromos was actually a mimic. I watched it spawn, so excited to see it roam. Nope. Hightailed to me. I was pissed. Oh, no. Oh, no. You know what? We are going to give Grafton a try. Let's see what happens. God forbid, I hope that it doesn't freak out. I haven't played Grafton at all.
All right, we're here.
So we're going to try.
And prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
How many hours do I have in Phas? I don't know. Probably like 4K.
Investigate it, but be careful.
Is it still borked? I don't know.
What it's capable of.
We're about to find out, I guess. The color in the van looks weird already. Hey! Look, it's John's weenie. All right. Give me that. Give me that. Yeah, like, look at all this. Like, this is not right. What the hell is going on? Do you see the rendering of this? Yeah. We'll see. A little scared of it. Disaster Kitty, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, it's looking a little silly, isn't it? It's playing okay for now. There's the juice. And now we listen. The hay bale's radioactive. All right. What's wrong with Grafton? Ever since the event and when they took the event away, it's just been kind of a laggy mess. Kind of, sort of. Thank you, Chaos. Oh, hi, Frank. It's Franklin. Map is very dark. Very, very dark. Everybody loves Frank. Not doing anything. Now the house, it's going to take 15 years for it to cool down. I mean, you know what I mean, to warm up. But I guess we'll check temps anyway. Frank is very friend-shaped. Are you in there? That's really cold. You in here with these little cretins? It's not doing anything. Stacy, thank you for the 3 months. All right, well, let's take one of those in there. Let's do one of these. Yep, chew my pills and put the lid back on top for some reason. Sure. It's quiet. Looking for people to play Phasmo on PS5. Why PS5? Why not just do crossplay and play with everybody? We'll do there. It is crossplay. How do I add crossplay? You don't add crossplay. What? Oh, there you are. Hello, my little friend. Yeah, crossplay should be by default already on. It's freezing in here already. Nice. You heard it tossing stuff? No, I didn't hear it toss anything. And when I turned the light on, that stopped its ability to toss things. Yeah. I just turned the light on, so hopefully there'd be a higher chance for it to move the dolls. How do you join people? Via room code. What do you mean? Like when you go to join a public lobby or a private match, there's a lobby and a code. Yeah, you don't join it via a friends list if you're doing crossplay. Give me that, give me that, give me that. Room code used to be the only way. This is true. For the longest, well, we didn't realize you could join people through the friends list. That was news. All right, we know you're here. An in-games friends list would be nice. That would be nice. That would be really cool. One that's just universal, like you get a code when you play Phas with no matter what console you're on. Yeah, that'd be cool. Nothing. Well, if Ghosty is here, I mean, it's not doing jack. It could be partially because I have the lights on. It'd be easier to rejoin friends after disconnecting. It would just be really cool. That's another one. It would just be really cool to be able to join friends once you disconnect. Like if you accidentally get kicked or something, having the ability to go back into that match. That'd be nice. This. Let's check the cams. Go there. Turn that background. I guess I faced it the wrong way somehow. All right. Ghosty's moving in and out of this room a lot. Especially with how the game has been crashing recently. For some people, yeah, that would have been really, really nice. Evidence. No dots, no book. It's the motion sensor. I don't know. That's been around forever. Ever since they introduced media, some of that stuff is kind of screwy. No? Okay, good talk. Nope. All right, let's go. We go back. Gonna get foods with the fam. See Archmage. Have a good one. Trying to be napping before making dinner? Oh, I would feel like trash if I did that. Where are you? Are you here? Oh, I have freezing. Where are you?
Far and wide.
Vital, this isn't really a, hey, this is where I go to find people. If you're looking to find people to play with, friend, go to the server. Don't do that inside of Twitch chats. All right, let's do freezing. Oh, I'm writing stuff down, you son of a bitch. Freezing, spirit box. I don't have orbs. Twins, Onryo, Moroi. Okay. Well, this is useless. Twins, Onryo, Moroi. Oh, it's farting on me. Run. I made it. Throw together dinner. Making some shepherd's pie. Oh, shepherd's pie is good stuff. Good freaking stuff. Orbs could be hiding. They could be, but I don't think so, though. I might use Frank and make it hunt and listen to this speak. That might be the way. I think that is the way. Let's get a couple of smudgies and go see if we have any hiding anywhere. Making pork chops right now. Oh, pork chops are good shit. Ooh. Homemade pizza. Like every Sunday. We do it Fridays. Pizza Friday, man. Yeah. Pizza Friday is where it's at. All right, what do we got? No hiding. I do hear rats. All right, maybe we just go over here. Oh, I have hiding right there, actually. So what we can do is just park it. Park it right here. Yeah. Ask my husband what he wanted for dinner. My wife even knows, because she feels the same way. We both are like, well, sometimes I just don't want to make decisions on things. So even she was like, if you don't want to decide, I could kind of decide for you. I haven't had shepherd's pie in ages. Forces you to pick? That's fair. There we go. Sandy's tanked. Sound kind of fast to me. That sounded awfully quick, and I think it got faster because I was using Frank. So our sanity was dropping, which made the ghost go faster. Yeah. Oh, it turned the light on. Oh, that was me. Did it move any of the dolls at all? Like a single one? It hasn't. Not a single doll has moved. That has nothing to do with the frickin' motherfucker. I'm leaving. F you. This is for you. No, this is for her, not for you. Jesus. Oh my God. Well, apparently he is offended. Waste of a doll room? I know. When you get the mannequin room, you want the mannequins to go frickin' ham sandwich, and nope. Literally nothing. Whatever. Idiot ghost. Stupid. Ghost said, "You're my friend. You're my friend." Yeah, we knew it. I heard the speed. I heard it. Happy Father's Day. Thank you, Blueberry. I appreciate it, friend. Thank you. All right. I tell you what. I think that's going to be the last one for now. There's a good possibility that I'm going to be streaming later as well. So we will see. We will see. To be determined. I'll talk to the missus and see what's going on. But if I do, it'll probably be with the boys. It'll probably be with Baron and with Chinggis. So you might see me again. It's hard to say. All right. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go hang out with Miss Josie and work on some videos and work on some stuff. So let us go raid. But if you are a father, I hope that you guys had a great Father's Day. If you got to hang out with your dad or a father figure, I hope that you got to had a good time. Army Vet, thank you for the 44 months. Thank you so much, friend. Too Delish, thank you for the follow. Stacy, thank you for the 3 months. Are we there yet? It's coming to console. Nice. Is there a new map? Oh, if there's a new map, we would love to play. We would like to play. All right. Do this, do this, do that, do this, do that. Okay. Yeah, I would love to see a new map for RV there. Yeah, that was another one we had a blast with. But for tonight, I'm kind of hoping that there is kind of hoping we played some Mecha Chameleon. We will find out. But all right, let's do the raid stuff, shall we? Hope to see you later. I hope to see you guys later too. We will see. We will see. It just depends. It all depends on what the plans are for the evening. I don't know. Comes out on the 30th of June. I'll have to check and see if there's going to be a new map with it, because if so, then I definitely want to put that in my content plans. But kind of depends. Kind of depends. No, thank you guys. I appreciate you. I think for today, what I'm going to do, we're going to keep it nice and simple today. I'm taking you all, if you've never seen it, I have a 24/7 channel that plays literally all day nonstop. I'm taking you over there. And there's the possibility that you might be coming right back later. So if you guys haven't been over there yet, I have another channel on Twitch that plays old VODs nonstop. Here soon, what I'll do is I'll add some newer ones to it too. Some of the more recent ones. I did that recently, not too long ago. Did the stream end? Is it still live? Thank you, Lucky. Blue Moon, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. But if you're not in the Discord already, the Discord is there. The rest of the socials are in chat as well. If you want to use a raid message, please feel free. Please feel free. They are there. All right. Tonight might be Phaz. It might be Mecha Chameleon. It might be something else if I do stream. I don't know yet. It's really hard to say. But if it's Mecha Chameleon, I'm going to need some tips. I'm going to need some advice. Best ways to do this. I'm not a painter. I'm not an artist. So, but I want to do well. I want to do well. All right. You guys are awesome. I'll see you guys later. Enjoy the 24/7 channel. Yeah, you guys are amazeballs. Thank you guys so much. You can blend. How do you blend? How do you blend? Oh, that's going to be so important. I just need to look up videos on how-tos. I think that's what I need to do. Space? I thought Space did the eyedropper. Or is that when you're in a certain paint mode that happens? I'll think on it. I'll look it up. It's fine. It's fine. I will get the information. I'll look up the things. It'll be fine. All right. Love you guys. I'll see you guys possibly later on for some fun and shenanigans with the boys for Father's Day. Bye. Bye. Bye.